If I could ask everyone to please stand for the invocation given by Pastor Simmons of Annabelle Baptist Church and remain standing for the pledges.
Father, as we come before you today, I just pray, Lord, that we acknowledge you for who you are. You're our great God. You're holy. And so when we come before you, we know that it's you who is the great lawmaker. And Father, that you have given each of us a road to walk, and I pray, Father, that we would find it and walk in it. We thank you that you've given us the opportunity to come to you, Lord, not on our own, but through what Christ has done for us, through his death and burial and resurrection. And when we come, Lord, I pray that we would come as you told us to, boldly into your throne room. I pray, Lord, that we would fear none but you. But, Lord, we would stand before you in righteousness. I pray today that as this court meets, that your presence would be here. Lord, that you would bring a peace that passes all understanding. That every decision made would come not from here, but first from heaven. And Father and God, that you would guide and give your wisdom, give your knowledge. And Lord, let justice always prevail. Because you're our Creator, you're our God, and it's you we serve. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. We have all commissioners present and the county judge. It is Wednesday, September the 10th at 9:08. We are at 9:08 a.m. We are at 901 Leopard Street in the Nueces County Commissioners Courtroom, and I call this meeting to order. Thank you. Do we have any announcements of disclosures of conflict of interest from anyone? There being none, we will move on. You can also bring this up when the item comes up. It is still 9:08, and I will open the public hearing. The Commissioners Court, item number 1, will conduct a public hearing on the proposed 2025-2026 Nueces County Hospital District budget. And the hospital district is up first. If you'll give me just a second, Mr. Hipp, before we start, if you'll let me read this. I know there are some people who wish to speak today, and just as a reminder, members of the public are reminded that the Nueces County Commissioners Court is a constitutional court with both judicial and legislative powers created under Article 5, Section 1 and Section 18 of the Texas Constitution. As a constitutional court, the Nueces County Commissioners Court also possesses the power to issue a contempt of court citation under Section 81.024 of the Local Government Code. Public speakers' sign-in sheets prior to the beginning of the Commissioners Court meeting indicate the agenda item on which he or she wishes to speak. Speakers may be allowed to speak at the public comment segment of the meeting or at the agenda item segment of the regular meeting, but not on both. All public comment must be made in person. And then the last part of our Nueces County policy is the maximum time allowed for public comment, regardless of the number of members of public wishing to address the Commissioners Court on such agenda items, shall be limited to 30 minutes. If more than 10 people sign up to address, 30 minutes shall be divided equally between those who have signed up. And I'm only reading this. This has been a part of our policy. I'm only reading this just to clear up misconception or to make sure no one gets offended or anything. I don't see that we have that. I don't see that it's going to be an issue, but I know it has been an issue for some other meetings, but this is our policy. If you think we need to change it, then maybe we need to bring it up to a commissioner or something, but this has been our policy for a long time. So now, Hospital District, Mr. Hipp, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. It seemed like we were just here last year doing this. Connie, you have it there. I see it. Mm-hmm. So, Commissioners, this morning for the public hearing, I have a short PowerPoint presentation that does some highlights of the district's budget that was approved by the board on August 26th. In addition, I have some detailed budget information for you whenever y'all take up my budget. But what I wanted to start with this morning was an overview. So first of all, the Hospital District Board took testimony from people. We arrived at a budget. They've approved it on August 26th. I'm here today to officially present it to you. The budget has a recommendation of the no new tax rate because our board members are appointed and not elected, so they don't have the power to set the rate. Y'all do, but we're not asking for tax increase. Second, the budget provides for the district to meet its constitutional duties of taking care of the indigent in the community. It also provides support for all of the hospitals who operate in Nueces County, all the hospital systems. It also provides for about $14.5 million of what I characterize as county health care expenses. That's where the hospital district puts money forward, either directly or through the county, for public health, emergency medical services, mental health, the jail health contract, and most recently, the emergency medicine residency program. And it provides support of the hospital district's employees. The tax rate trend, which Connie, I guess, is the next slide. I want you to focus on the red line. The red line is a trend line, and the trend line is down. For the last many years, the hospital district has asked for the effective tax rate and now what's known as the no new revenue tax rate. And so we continue to do that, and you'll see in just a moment why we're able to do that. Let's see, Connie, the next one. The next one is our what we refer to as a county health care services expenditure. This trend line goes up, and this year it took an appreciable step up because the jail health contract is out for proposal, and we have an amount in there to cover it. It did go up. The next slide, Connie, is the mental health services expenditures the district makes. The last couple of years, it's taken a downturn, and that's because the state has stepped in and provided money that we had been providing in the past. Hopefully that they'll continue to do that. I don't know what the big, beautiful bill does to mental health going forward, but I want to point this out, and this is where the state is stepping up. So with regard to our budget, this is just 3 more short slides. The next one, Connie. Okay, so Commissioners, this is a telling graph, pie graph. And what it says here is that 70% of the hospital district's revenue comes from somewhere other than taxes. So the burden of, not all the burden, but a bulk of the burden the district is carrying is using funds from somewhere else and not from the taxpayers. And that somewhere else is when we turn to the next page, the next paragraph, is used to cover expenditures that we have in our general fund. The bulk of the money that comes to us from revenues is from our membership agreement with SPON, where they share revenue with the hospital district, and they continue to do so this year. The last one, the bar graph, is the district's 2 main funds, the Indigent Care Fund and the General Fund. When you aggregate them together on the far right side, the district has about $120 million in cash. But I want to point out that column on the far right side is less than the column to its immediate left. And so what that means is that the district is starting to draw down its reserves. It's not a problem right now. It probably won't be for us to deal with in a purposeful way in the next few years. But if the district gets to the point that our reserves can't carry all the things that we pay for, then a couple of things have to be done. Either we got to talk about lightening the load in terms of what we pay for, or working on the district's tax rate, or some combination of all those things. So, Judge and Commissioners, that's all I have for this morning for the public hearing. But I also have another presentation that's strictly on the budget. That's all numbers, columns, and spreadsheets that I'll be prepared to talk to you about if y'all want to when you consider my budget.
Yes, we'll bring you back up for that.
Right.
Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on public comment on the hospital district budget? I see there's some people signed up, but I don't think it's a hospital district budget. Yes. Any commissioners have any comments or anything on the hospital district budget?
I do.
On the hospital district, yes. Go ahead.
Johnny, for me, again, I'm going to hit on that, what I hit last time, right? On the vector control of $300,000. And you just mentioned you had $120 million on cash, which, is really quite a bit of money. And I know we're looking at years down the road, but we're looking at years. But I'm looking at right now of what we need, and I know you explained last time we were here about why we couldn't do it under the Indigent Care Fund, but you also have two other funds. You have tobacco funds and the opiate funds. So are those restricted? I understand that opiate funds is not restricted.
Commissioner, the monies that come to the district have to be spent on the care of individuals. They have to be one-to-one kind of relationships, like we give a shot to a person, but we don't give a shot to a bunch of mosquitoes. But you get a shot to the kids that get affected by the mosquitoes. If they're enrolled in our indigent care program, yes. Well, how do we know they are or not? I'm sorry, Commissioner, but it's going to be the same answer I gave you last time, is the district can't pay for vector control. Well, it just really bothers me that we got all these funds and we can't do $300,000 to protect those kids that wait in the bus, getting bitten by mosquitoes, or adults, same thing, but we can do other things and get $21 million here. It's not a one-to-one thing, but, we give, y'all put up $21 million, to pay for salaries. I don't see it a one-on-one thing, so I just don't, I can't, for me, I'm trying to save $300 from the county, right, to see if we can get it somewhere else. So, I'm just trying to do whatever I can. Commissioner, the hospital district is a good citizen with the county. Always been. There's a whole page of $14.5 million of expenditures that we do. We pay more than our way in the health insurance plan, but we still have to do everything within the legal boundaries. And so, we might not be able to pay for vector control, but don't ignore everything else we do. Well, let me tell you, Johnny, I don't ignore anything you do, because for one reason, I know what you do, right? You and I have talked a lot of times what y'all do and what you do. And I know it's 12 point something million, but the thing, I'm going to tell you, just because we bring something up, it doesn't mean we're forgetting everything else. We got to bring it up. If we don't try bringing it up and try to get it, we don't try, right? And we have to blame ourselves for not trying, or myself, really. Well, Commissioner, you're doing your job and I'm doing mine, and right. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you recognize that. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Commissioner Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Connie, if you could bring up Mr. Hipp's last slide again, please. One before that. Yeah. There. Johnny, I just want to commend you and the board and your staff for being great fiduciary agents of our hospital district. And I want to go back to about 2010 and 11, and I remember you standing in front of this commissioner's court telling us that if we didn't do something different, that by 2014 the hospital district would be insolvent. And so we've come a long way from that, and it certainly is a lot better situation than back then. And if you look at that graph, it's very indicative of what was going on at that time. So thank you very much, and we appreciate all the hard work that y'all put into this.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then we will move on to item 2. The Commissioners Court will conduct a public hearing on the proposed 25-26 Nueces County budget. And Constance, that means you're up.
Good morning, Judge Scott and Honorable Commissioners. Today's public hearing on the fiscal year 25-26 budget for Nueces County is being held in accordance with Chapter 111.038 of the Local Government Code. On September the 6th of 2025, the proposed budget was filed with the County Clerk's Office. In accordance with this section, the Commissioners Court shall hold a hearing on a day within 10 calendar days after the date the proposed budget was filed, but before the last day of the first month of the fiscal year. That says a lot. Sorry about that. And we are in accordance with that statute. Accordingly, the Local Government Code goes on to say that the Commissioners Court shall publish notice in the newspaper of general circulation that it will consider the proposed budget on the date of the budget hearing, and the notice was placed in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times on Sunday, August the 31st. And so Nueces County and the hospital district are in compliance with the Local Government Code. Additionally, I would like to state that the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget was prepared with the information that is currently in Workday. As you know, we're in the process of closing out the books for fiscal year 23-24, and as we were preparing the budget, if we saw any corrections that needed to be made for either 24 or 25, we made them on the spot. But please keep in mind that these years are unaudited, and so I am bringing this to your attention to say that the fund balance figures included in the proposed budget may change as a result of the external audits. What you are considering today are the revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 25-26. Any other figures will continue to be refined until the adopted budget is printed. And with that, we'll go to the presentation. So items for discussion today, we're going to talk about the proposed property tax rate. We're going to review the history of the property tax revenue, which we did discuss a couple weeks ago, the fund balance in the general fund, the property tax on homesteads, the source and uses of our revenue and expenditures, projected property tax revenue increases, and a listing of priorities. So next slide, please. So this slide shows the proposed property tax for fiscal year 25-26. And for Nueces County, we are proposing the voter approval rate of 0.289789 per $100 valuation. Next slide, please. This slide shows a history of the last 15 years of the property tax rate. And I know we went over this a few weeks ago, but as you can see, back in 2010, 2011, the property tax rate was 35.5 cents. And it's steadily gone down, with the lowest point being in 23-24 of 24 cents, when we had that situation with the industry that we're all very well aware of. So last year, the property tax rate went up 2 cents to 26.5 cents. And so this year we are proposing in the budget an additional 2 cent increase of 28.9 cents. Next slide, please. And so this slide shows the property tax revenue for all funds. Again, it's the same trend as the property tax rate. You see in 2015, 2016, it was 76.4 million. And it's been slowly increasing, and it dipped in 24-25, as you can see. But again, those are unaudited figures. I want to stress that. And so for 25-26, we are proposing 125.9 million. Next slide, please. So this one shows the general fund balance by fiscal year. And the Commissioners Court has a policy of to keep in reserve 25%, and previously it was 25% of your total revenue and transfers in. This year we are proposing to change that to 25% of your appropriations and transfers out. And the reason for that, where the 25% comes from, is 25% is 3 months of the year. So we want to have at least 3 months of expenditures in our savings account to pay in case something catastrophic happens, that we will be able to continue to operate for 3 months. Now, the estimate for 24-25, as you can see, is 22.5. This was before we did the final proposed budget. And our target is 30.6 million. So that is where we are going. And in our proposed budget, we are at about 32 million. But I do want to stress that these are unaudited figures, and that number may change. Okay, next slide. Okay, this slide is required per the current House bill that was recently passed. And it shows the tax on average, a homestead with average taxable value. So for Nueces County, in 24-25 last year, the average taxable value is $202,917. And the amount of tax levy that a person would pay was $538.81. This year, the average taxable value increased a little bit to $214,427. And we are proposing the tax levy of $621.39. And that's an $82.58 change, or a 15% change. And you're going to see this. This was attached on the agenda item, and so it's required now by state statute.
But these two, also pointing out, these are different taxable values. You had the first one was 202,
right.
Then you're valuing at 214. So
correct, yes ma'am.
Okay, just for clarification.
Next slide. So this is required wording if we're going to be adopting any property tax rate above the no new revenue rate. And it's in capital letters. I'll just read it. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 9.07%, and will raise taxes for maintenance operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $26.02. And again, this is a little bit different from the previous slide because this current statute shows a $100,000 home, and the one that was just passed, I guess this last year, shows the average taxable value in your area, which we had said was $214,000. Okay, next slide. And these are just a review of what we did before. Where does the money come from? 85% of our general fund revenue comes from property taxes. And then the remainder is, you can see licenses and permits, intergovernmental revenue, charges for services, fees of office. You can see them on there. But the majority of this, the point of this is that 85% comes from our property taxes. That covers 85% of our expenditures. And then the next slide. And where does the money go? So you can see 64% goes to personnel. And of that amount, we have split it out between law enforcement and civilians. The law enforcement is about 16%, and the civilians is about 47% of that personnel cost. With the remaining amount, you can see office expenses, food and kitchen, telephone. You can see them on the left-hand side. And thank you, Commissioner Jack. That was a good idea to add those. It's easier to read this way. And then the next slide. So our projected property tax revenue increases. So if we keep the rate the same as we have now, which actually is below the no new revenue rate, it still would generate $1.5 million. And that's from new properties on the rolls that weren't there last year. With the no new revenue rate, we would generate $3.1 million. And with our voter approval rate, we're estimating $11.5 million. And this is important when we talk about the priorities on the next slide. And thank you, Commissioner Midas, on that. We've changed it to priorities. So in the past, well, let me just go. The priorities for 25-26, we're including a cost of living adjustment of 10% for our county employees, excluding law enforcement, because law enforcement is included on the next line under the collective bargaining agreement, which that has not been settled yet, but we're estimating about $2 million. We also have statutory judicial increases that we are required to pay our judges. We also have about $362,000 for continuance pay, and that is for employees that have been here for over, I believe it's 3 years. Every 3 years, they get a step up in their 2.5% increase in their pay.
After 3 years.
After 3,
On their
okay.
fourth
On the
year.
4th year, yes, ma'am, thank you. So this year we have a big group, 230 employees with 8 elected officials. We also have just some control budget increases for basically inflation, utilities, copier, gasoline, property insurance. We've included the voter focus system license and maintenance, and this is software for our elections that we are required to do this by the state of Texas. And this is to Commissioner Gonzalez's point. We have included $300,000 for vector control in the general fund. The Public Defender's Office, the $270,000 represents an amount that our grant will no longer be funding, and so this is coming over to the general fund. And then we also have health insurance premium increases of $263,000, about $263,000. So the total known priorities that we are including in this budget are close to $9.8 million. And at that concludes the presentation for the public hearing, and then we will have further discussion when we talk about the budget.
Thank you. I think there were some people signed up for the public hearing on this. Tom Kreppel, sorry. You have your 3 minutes as well.
I do want to make a comment on the budget as I have looked through it. As I read this, there's a proposed budget increase of about 8% for Nueces County Sheriff's Office and 9% increase for the county jail. And I haven't been able to find anything, and I don't think it'd be appropriate for the document that speaks to something that was referred to in the 2024 annual report of the Sheriff's Office on civil asset forfeitures of about $11 million, but I'll come back to that. But the reason I wanted to appear here today is to express my opposition to any additional funding for the Sheriff's Office in light of something referred to as a 287G agreement with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. My basic objection to this is, as I see it, as triple taxation. We're spending something like $8 to $9 billion per year on immigration and customs enforcement. I pay those taxes to the federal government. We've also spent about $2.5 billion at the state level for something called Operation Lone Star, immigration related. And now, with this 287 agreement, we're being asked at the county level to start paying taxes for what is clearly a federal responsibility, immigration and customs enforcement. So the question is, when is enough enough? I think this county has much higher priorities than doing federal responsibilities, and we ought to focus on those. So I have to object to this kind of cost. Now, in terms of what is in this 287 agreement, I don't know. I guess my challenge to you would be, do you know? Have you read through this thing? What I would request is either at the County Commissioner Court website and or the Sheriff's Office website, let's post that 287 agreement. Let's let all the citizens see what this thing is and what we're being obligated as taxpayers to fund. Because it does include, apparently, things like training to perform ICE functions, serve as deputies to ICE, perform jail functions, serve warrants. And I'd like to know, well, what are those requirements that we have agreed to? And why should we at the county level be asked to spend money on that? And let me come back to the civil asset forfeiture, because that's another aspect of this that I think you should consider, and that is the simple question of that $11 million that's referred to in the annual budget for the Sheriff's Office back in 2024, latest that I could find. Simply raises the question, where did that come from? Where did that go? What's it being used for? How is that factored into the county budget? And then, just as a matter of personal item, I would like to express just a word to my Precinct 2 representative, because after I appeared here in April to express basically the same kinds of concerns that I'm expressing today, I followed up with personal communication to Mr. Morez. I was assured that I would receive a response to my concerns. To this moment, I have heard absolutely nothing. And I would appreciate at some point having you respect the constituent and the assurances that you give. Have the respect for your constituents to follow up on your word and the courage to express your convictions. Thanks for your time.
Precinct 3? Did you say precinct 2 or 3? I'm precinct 3.
The commissioner is stating he's precinct 3. Did you say 2 or 3? So he's precinct 3. When you said 2, that would be Commissioner Gonzalez. But just for clarification, also, I'm being told the county does not participate in Lone Star, nor do we have a 287 agreement with these. So we will check, but I'm not aware that we do any of those things.
I think we've had a voluntary agreement with 287 before Texas.
You have to speak at the microphone. I'm sorry, sir.
My understanding is that we have had a 287 agreement, a voluntary 287 agreement, before the Texas legislature adopted Texas Senate Bill 8, which requires counties in the state of Texas to execute these agreements.
Okay, we'll check into it. Thank you. Next up, we have Rachel Caballero. And we ask also in the future for public comment to address the court, not to call individuals out, please. Yes.
Rachel Caballero, Precinct 1. Good morning, court. I am here to dispute and ask you all to reconsider the property tax increase that you're considering. Even though some of you have been raising our taxes for 39 years, the Del Mar College is raising their rates. City of Corpus Christi approved raising their property rates, and now you all are raising your property rates during a very, very difficult economic time for our community. As you all are aware, or probably not, the majority of our community are low socioeconomic community members that live paycheck to paycheck. I don't believe that maybe one of you on the court could possibly understand that. Many of you have forgotten your obligations to continue to make this community a place where we can afford to live. I'm also here to ask you all to decline your 10% raise that you're giving each other. When the employees are only receiving 2.5%, which they are also having to fulfill their insurance rates are increasing. So that's a wash of their increase. But yet the commissioner, you make faces, Commissioner Chesney, that's ridiculous. But
just clarification before you go any further.
Yeah, I was only clarifying you're
thing
wrong.
today is 10% for the employees across the board.
Yeah, at least get your
Yes.
facts right. That's the
well,
one reason
no,
they
it's
choose-
10% for Commissioner's Court too.
No, that's not
Correct.
what you
Am I
said.
correct or not? And some of the other raises, and first of all, you guys should not be interrupting somebody whenever they're
Your Honor,
speaking
we
during
don't need
public
anybody
comment.
yelling at us. We can
Well,
hear
then
it.
Please
let
stop
the public
hold on,
commenters
please stop
speak.
the
We have a
time.
First Amendment right to be able to air our grievances to our government.
Yes, you do.
No,
So,
but let me
therefore, I'm gonna
clarify.
continue
no,
my
you called me
comment.
out, so I'm going to respond because you called me out. That's
Okay.
why I'm responding. Your time has been stopped so that you have your time. You are wrong. The employees today are getting a proposed 10% raise. So I just want to make sure you know why I was making the face was because I was so shocked how wrong you were in your comments about the employees. So I want to clarify that so that you know the employees today by this budget are being proposed a 10% across the board raise. You are correct about
over.
the other part, but you're incorrect about the 2.57. I don't know what that is. So my apologies for making a face, but I was so shocked at how wrong that was that I needed to correct that. The time has been stopped. Now you can continue on, and I'm not trying to take the judge's role here, but I did make a face, and I apologize for that because I was just
Point
caught off
well
guard by
taken.
how
It's
off
time
that
for her
was.
to continue. Thank you. Yes.
The 10% raise, regardless, for lower level staff is appropriate. For the Commissioner's Court, it is not appropriate. And I believe that you all are aware of that. There's no politician in Nueces County that is worth more than $100,000, including your $7,500 vehicle allowance. And no matter the opinions of anyone on this court, every community member has a right to come into our facilities, which is this court, and air our grievances despite personal opinions. And that needs to be made clear. Just because we run away from other government arms doesn't mean that you cannot be followed in other places. So this increase for the Commissioners Court should not be allowed. This is inappropriate during these difficult economic times, and this court should be ashamed of taking that type of pay increase when there's $10 million in budget challenges, and the county just got $2 million stolen from them because they were not able to do their due diligence in making sure that the accounting department doesn't change ACH wiring instructions.
Thank you. Next up, Ade Hernandez.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Ade Hernandez. The budget is one of the most important documents under the Commissioner's Court's responsibility. How the Commissioners can approve or make an important decision without the financial data. It doesn't operate that way. The law is clear. Local Government Code, Chapter 114, Section 114.025. It requires the county auditor to submit monthly and annual reports to the Commissioner's Court and the district judges. The auditor, it says shall submit the annual report in April. That's the law. So the court needs to enforce the law. That's what I'm requesting. Please, I also respectfully request to stop making political decisions. If you consider yourself a leader, then be one. These decisions are not about a left or right perspective. Instead, they are about making sure that the community has the proper services. Because at the end of the day, we all want the same. We want a successful county. The Commissioner's Court works for us, for the citizens. And you must respect us and make sure that we, the people, receive what is right and just. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on public comment on the budget? Yes, Mark Villarreal, I'll put you down.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Sergeant Mark Villarreal. I'm the president of the Nueces County Sheriff's Officers Association. Just wanted to remind the court. And
Mark, could you pull the microphone down a little bit? I can't hear you. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Commissioner.
That's okay.
I just wanted to thank the court for its continued support of law enforcement and remind them that we, as the association as a whole, would like to request that the court approve this maximum proposed tax rate, and that's our wish. Thank you.
Thank you. Nate, or were you wanting to speak as well?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Nathaniel Perez. I'm the Vice President of the Sheriff's Association. And one thing that the public should know is that our association is a combined association of correctional officers, sheriff's deputies, and deputy constables. The court has shown that they have the will to solve problems that are facing law enforcement, but they were lacking funds. Nueces County is a poorly paid county for law enforcement. Our equipment, we've talked about our equipment is falling apart. We do need the funding to maintain public safety. This vote is a vote for public safety. We can't say we have an effective tax rate if we can't afford public safety. And with all the challenges and crises that our community will be facing, the one we don't want to face is a public safety crisis. We don't want to do that because that means people are going to get hurt, people may get killed, people may call for emergency services, And just because there's a lack of deputies or correctional officers in the jail, we may have to release because there's not a lack of deputies or correctional officers. Other communities are paying double what Nueces County offers their law enforcement. So we do encourage that we find an effective tax rate. We believe the budget that y'all came up with would be an effective tax rate to help build a future for public safety. And we ask y'all to plan and execute a plan that y'all have come up with your budget, so that way public safety is maintained in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no others. Commissioners, anybody have any comments? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Matas. Are you not on? It's got to be green.
Good luck. Colorblind, sorry.
There, wait, there. No, it's not.
There we go. Okay, sorry. Colorblind, can't tell red from green. I know, when we talk about the budgets and we talk about law enforcement, especially, Mark, you've been such a strong advocate, you and your association, and Nate being a part of that, and also independently, and sharing things on social media and tagging us. And, as we work through this budget, that was always one of the things, you've shared with us our rankings as far as for correction officers and for patrol or non-correction officer positions. And so we might not know now, but if once the dust settles and we vote on a rate, whatever that will come to, if we can see where we stand as a county, right? Because I know it's embarrassingly low. I mean, we're 15th as far as population size in the state, but our pay is in the 20s as far as rank. There's smaller counties than us that pay better. And I get it's competition. Some live closer to big metropolitan hubs, so the competition factor has to raise the price. But we can't afford to let that dictate us. So I feel like this is getting us in the right direction, right? This may not be the bump that we were able to do during COVID, right? I know that helped, and that did create a surge in law enforcement or retain law enforcement. But maybe in the weeks to come, we can figure out where does our ranking stand now for patrol and for correction officers. I think that would just be helpful, so we could at least show some of the progress that we are making and what this means, because I don't think there's anyone out there necessarily in the community that would be anti-law enforcement, right? We want law and order, we need safety, we need protection, and really from the law risk standpoint, we need good qualified correction officers to make sure they're following the law, protecting the inmates from themselves and from each other. So we need those people to be just as qualified, so that avoids or reduces the likelihood of lawsuits in the jails. So I think we're going in the right direction, but I think for me that would be helpful to say, we hear community what y'all feel about taxes overall. We are very limited in where we gain our revenue from as a county, and so we have to take advantage of doing that this year. We can't predict what we're going to do in future years. We can't predict previous years we didn't have the funds at all, right? We didn't have a pay raise last year for anyone, and so we're trying to make that up. So I would like to see that. So I know y'all do that homework, and so whenever y'all just get a chance to tag us on social media or whatever and let us know, just so we can see maybe we are inching up slowly but surely with this passage today, hopefully, or whatever rate that we end up with. Thank you.
Anyone else? I go ahead. Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yeah, I just want to echo some of what Commissioner Morris was saying. If you look at this page that Constance presented, originally it was presented as budget challenges, but it's actually, as Commissioner Morris so appropriately pointed out, our budget priorities. And the number one priority is the pay of our employees. The pay of the county employees across the board is embarrassing at the best. It's absolutely a shame that we've gotten in this position, and this doesn't need to be a budget priority just for this year. It needs to be a budget priority for the next several years, so that we can get our county employees up to a standard of living that at least allows us to compete in in the private world and with other governmental entities, we keep having our best employees walk out the door and go to work for the city of Corpus Christi or the Port of Corpus Christi or wherever, making significantly more money than they can make here with equal benefits. So for us to be able to compete in that market, we have to get our salaries up for our employees across the board, including law enforcement. Law enforcement is a big part of what we do. The city of Corpus Christi has quite a bit more leeway than we do in the things that they do. For sure, they have some things that they're required to do by government, but the county government, almost from top to bottom, is a constitutionally required government. We don't get to close our jail because we can't hire enough deputies, or we can't pay the deputies what they need to be paid, and the correctional officers. We have to meet those standards, and we have to be sure we continue to do that. So I want to say I'm very happy we're able to do this. I wish we could do more, but we need to continue to keep the salaries of our employees in this county as a #1 priority each year we go into our budget process. So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anyone else? I had prepared some remarks, and it's kind of lengthy. I'll just kind of highlight, but because so many people don't understand the way county government works, and I think seeing it in a different light, in my 2 years and 8 months of being in office, we have gone through 2 auditors and 2 interim auditors, and we are accepting applications for the 5th that will be hopefully hired very soon. So, yes, agree with some of the earlier comments. That is a statutory requirement of that office to provide us with those things. Unfortunately, that has not been met, but it is also why this court has been demanding those people change, and that's what we're trying to move forward to do. As was stated, and I believe Constance said this in our other hearing earlier, September 4th, I believe, we're just now waiting. We have to get our 2024 year-end closed and single audit done, and we only have till September 30th, so that is going to fiscally impact this county in a tremendous way. And while doing that, and while preparing, and to commend her especially, stepping into that office in less than 3 weeks, or about 3 maybe weeks a month, you have been in that position in between all of the cyber crisis as well, and trying to clean up that office. There is no way any one of us here expect her to have a handle on it yet, but she has done a tremendous job moving forward so far. We do know those numbers are going to change. They have changed in the last 3 weeks. They have changed almost daily. Every time we meet together, we find something else. So right now, our reported fund balance is estimated at 32. It's been as low as 14 at times. It has been 22 at that public hearing. So a swing that is so wide that it makes it impossible for us to finalize a budget or responsibly allocate those dollars until we know that they are in fact true dollars and true numbers. I'm committed to moving forward. I'm committed to everything here and us getting actual numbers. Once our books are closed, audited, and verified, by insisting on this standard, we protect our taxpayers. We strengthen our accountability, and we ensure that every financial decision that we make as a court here is based on accuracy. That's how we restore stability. But right now, even on top of this information we have, that there is no way that's going to be finalized before, even if we were to move our court for another week, those numbers are still not going to be verified or audited or anything. So we're faced right now with having to work on a budget and to estimate and plan accordingly with what we can count on. What we can count on is why I'm asking for your vote in favor of the voter-approved tax rate that will still put Nueces County underneath our record of where we have been the last 15 years at the 0.30. This would only raise us to 0.28. And Had we not had the dispute several years ago that dropped us, 2 years ago, basically, that dropped us to the 0.24 cents, we may today have been sitting here dropping our tax rate or giving a tax cut. But while all the other people weren't affected like we were, the cities or the school boards or anything, I'm sorry, ours dropped, and we're trying to get to a manageable place because of these constitutional duties that the county is required to provide, because our law enforcement stands here in the back, and we do need to do those salaries. We do need to protect. One of the other things that we are faced with today is the state legislature increased some of our judicial pay, which also caused an unfunded mandate to our county judges, county court judges, which also, with that office over there, the situation we're faced with is the auditor cannot make more than the county attorney. So we have to raise the county attorney's salary in order to get a qualified person over there to clean up the mess that we have. So while all of those things that have been mentioned, I totally understand and totally agree. And if you can and you can't, you don't take it, that's up to you. But I'm not here to point fingers or place blame on any elected official or individual. We are doing these because it needs to be done to correct the problem so that we can be more accountable, more transparent, and do our jobs with the way that the people elected us to do. These are difficult decisions. We don't take them lightly. Addressing the 10% pay increase, it's across the board. It's not us. The state legislature increased some by 25%, which in turn some of our county court judges are going to get even more than that because the law requires us to do it. So at 10% across the board to our employees, to our law enforcement, to everyone here, to some of our elected officials too, that they have, this is their job. They may need it. I don't like calling people out. Now, what we can do is within our control. Right now, our county employees, to put that in perspective, as Constance stated earlier, after 3 years of service, on their 4th year, the raise that we give our county employees is 2.5%. It is less than 1% cost of living every year. The standard for that is 3 to 5% every year for people. So we are below the standard, and we know it. It's not about salaries. It's about fairness, respect, and building a high-performing workforce. It's about showing our employees that their dedication matters and that we're serious about retention. We hear it from every department that can't retain employees. And morale and service delivery. This historic increase will come with expectations, higher performance, stronger collaboration. And that's one of the things this county really needs to work on, collaboration. I don't care which department you're in, which elected official you work for, we have to communicate together. We are stronger together when we hear if this issue affects you, we need to know about it. Don't stay in your corner. When we have a problem over here, we have a problem at Coastal Parks, Public Works go out there. I don't care if they have their own equipment. We help each other to do better. We can work together to do better for the citizens. And it also comes with a renewed commitment to excellence. But it also comes with a promise from us that Nueces County stands behind its people. If we can absorb unfunded mandates that give people 25% raises, then surely it's time that the county invest in the employees who serve this community every single day. Our success in moving forward depends on it. Thank you. Is there anyone else who didn't get a chance to speak or wishes to speak? Otherwise, it is...
I got
go ahead. Sorry, I thought you didn't want to.
Well, I wasn't, but I think I am. After hearing people talk this morning and, and I can understand their concerns and all that. And I don't, if anybody's pro law enforcement, that'd probably be me. I've been law enforcement almost like 40 years. But if you're going to, at one point, to me, if law enforcement, we do 8%, 2% next year, whatever it is, they're going to catch up. To me, the main thing is the employees. It's the employees that always been behind the 8-ball. Employees that run the county. And I'm saying that law enforcement don't run the county, they run the law enforcement, they protect us, provide safety and everything else. But I think number one priority is, like it is right now, it's employees. you know, and I think that it's time that we give employees, whether we give ourselves 10% or not, doesn't make any difference to me, but I mean, we can sit here and say, okay, I'm going to give my 10%, you're going to give away 10%. Is that going to help? I don't know if it'll help or not. But if I give away my 10%, it's going to help somebody, you can have it, right? I mean, it don't make any difference to me. So, but I do agree with the gentleman that spoke earlier that I don't want to give the Sheriff Department any money either if they're going to be involved with INS, because that's not what it's for. I think when I worked with the federal government, you know, we didn't go down to the cities and say, hey, we're going to mandate you to do this and do that. So I think it's, you know, I think that we, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, you know, I think that the Sheriff Department's job is to do local law enforcement and not to do federal, not to do INS. You know, if they're any way involved in that, I don't think we should support giving them any more funds for that. And this is my opinion. So, again, believe me, I've been in both. I've been federal, local, and state. And I think everybody needs to do their own job. If the federal government can't do their job, then they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. You know, so I think, again, and again, my opinion. But, you know, and going back, Judge, to the fact that it's been way overdue. And I think you're right. I mean, I think been doing this for about 7 years. We're trying to do this raises. And I'm glad when you came on board, you said, hey, you know what, maybe this time. So, but we've been trying to do this almost for 7 years. Always knocked down. So I, for one, when I said 10, I said, man, I jumped at it quick. And I said, you know, it's time for our employees, for the bottom ones to come up. You know, because we never, well, everybody moves up on the top, so the bottom ones move up a little bit, and it doesn't make a difference. But maybe we sometimes look at the top to get 8%. I don't know. Maybe there's another way of working this thing out. But and I didn't know that the auditor had to make less than the county attorney. I didn't know that was an issue there. When you mentioned about the auditor has to make more.
The statute, the auditor cannot make more than the highest paid elected official other than judicial. Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know that's something maybe I learned today, right?
Yes.
So, but anyway, those are my points. You know that. You know, sometimes we all want what we want, and sometimes we can't get what we want. You know, so well, we're spending $5 million on employees, we're spending $2 million on law enforcement. You know, I mean, so I think that we've made an effort to try to do whatever we can do. But in my opinion, like I said, we need to give it of our 10%. And somebody says it's going to make a difference, I'm willing to look at it. You know, I don't have a problem with that. But also, if we know that we give money to the Sheriff Department, I want to first on record to say I don't support that, because I don't think we should be supporting the INS immigration. We should be doing our own local things here in our own local community. So, and that's really I have. Other than that, Judge, and now my question to the budget here.
That will come up in the budget. This is just the hearing. Yes, the public hearing. Okay. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else have any comment?
I just want to state real quick also. We wouldn't be here without Commissioner Gonzalez helping advocate, and this entire court supported previously, getting our employees to, it's not even a living wage anymore, but at least above what the federally required minimum wage is. For so long, we had employees that were earning $9, $10 an hour, and we as a court decided to bring everybody up to $15 an hour. So at the minimum, our lowest paid employee entry level is getting paid that, and now with the 10% on top of that, it's going to be a real increase for them. So some counties still deal with $9 and $10 an hour jobs, and we made that decision many years ago. And so just consider that as well, that's always been our focus, is our employees, to try to bring them up. So thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, it is 10:04, and I'm going to close the public hearing. And I'll go ahead and do public comment because we only have Mr. Carlisle. You had an announcement to make, and then I'm going to bring up the hospital district budget so that he doesn't sit here all day waiting on the rest of our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Mike Carlisle with the Nueces County Historical Commission. I just wanted to come and invite all the commissioners and the public to we have two events coming up. One of them is commemorating the 180th anniversary of the Dayton steamship explosion, September 14th at 6 p.m. at Old Bayview Cemetery. I just want to briefly read the diary entry for that day. This afternoon, Lieutenant Graham of the 4th Infantry arrived in Camp Badley, Scotland, and reported that the steamboat Dayton had burst her boilers, killing Lieutenants Higgins and Berry of the 4th and some others, scalding many in the shocking manner. At 20 minutes past 12 midnight, being opposite McGowan's Beef, she burst her boilers, scattering death and destruction on every side. There were 8 killed and 7 wounded. They were buried about a half a mile from camp on the top of a beautiful bluff commanding an extensive and picturesque view. The service of the dead was read by the light of the lamp. 3 volleys were fired over the graves. The escort wheeled into column, and to a lively air from fife and drum, we left the soldiers to their long sleep and their dreary but romantic graves. And this bluff is where now the oldest military cemetery in Texas is, Old Bayview, and that's where we will be having our celebration or remembrance of that happening 180 years ago. The second one is we're going to have a marker dedication at Packery Channel Park on September 27th at 10 a.m. It's going to be commemorating the skirmish at Corpus Christi Pass, and I'll read the marker. On December 7th, 1862, Federal blockade forces attempted to capture the Confederate blockade runner, Queen of the Bay, which was in Corpus Christi Pass on a surveying mission. 20 armed men from the U.S. Saskatchewan with civilian Peter Baxter of San Patricio as their guide sailed across Corpus Bay in 2 launches while the USS Arthur stood by in the Gulf to cut off the Queen should it attempt an escape to sea. The Queen spotted the 2 launches. There were the ship's crews, Confederate infantry under John Ireland, and a total of 12 men, only 9 of which were armed on sand dunes. I'll just skip right ahead to the end here. The skirmish was the last engagement between the Federalists and the Confederates in the Corpus Christi area. And we hope y'all, the public and y'all, can come visit and join us at Old Bayview and the skirmish. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to pull up item.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Real quickly before the gentleman leaves in the back. I did a little online checking. We do have a 287 agreement. It's been in place about 8 years. We are completely 100% reimbursed by ICE for the expenses associated with that. I don't have any of the other details, but we are reimbursed for that 100%.
That was just a statement. That's not a back and forth. Sorry, but thank you. Yes.
Just read
yes.
Texas Senate Bill 8. You're going to be obligated to those expenses.
Thank you. Pulling up on your budget at the back, item 5A, we're going to do the hospital district, and then we will do the counties later after we do our regular agenda. Sorry. Item 5A, Mr. Hip, is you. And let's.
Good morning again, Commissioners. The hospital district budget I've had shared with you all at public comment last week, and again a little bit about it this morning, but I did want to take this moment to highlight some
this
things.
First 5A is the tax rate first, the no new revenue. Discuss and consider adoption of an order approving the 2025 tax roll, setting the 2025 tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2025, and it is the hospital district's intent to do the no new revenue tax rate this year.
That's correct, Judge. The hospital district boards considered the budget, all the expenditures and things going out, and the hospital district is again, probably for about the 12th or 13th year in a row, recommending the no new revenue rate. That would be.
Yes, I will read the order then. first. I'm told I need to read this whole order in that. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the no new revenue rate, tax rate for 2025 for the Nueces County Hospital District, and whereas notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office, Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller Times for the Nueces County Hospital District on August 27, 2025, and whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rates for 2025, including, that's correct, 2025, I'm sorry, I thought you were correcting me, including the property tax notice of the meeting, September the 10th, 2025, as provided by Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, and whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves the tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District for the current year, consisting of the following. Item 1, the maintenance and operation tax rate of 0.089495 per $100 valuation, that if applied to the total taxable value will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the Nueces County Hospital District for the next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operation than last year's tax rate. Now therefore be it ordered that the Commissioners Court that the 2025 tax roll as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, and that the following tax rate per $100 value is set and levied against all taxable property for 2025. Nueces County Hospital District 0.089495 per $100 valuation. Be it further ordered that existing homestead exemptions for 2025 shall include 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus exemptions mandated by state law. And be it further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payment of taxes, split payments of taxes as described in Section 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. And be it further ordered that the foregoing recitals are incorporated into this order by reference as if set out in full. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2025 tax roll, setting the 2025 tax rates for the Nueces County Hospital District, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County, having been read, public comments haven't been allowed, and comments haven't been considered. And this is on a motion, or do we go to the next item, or do I do the motion? I don't have to read this, right?
So moved.
Thank you. We have a full motion here that has to be read.
Okay.
You can,
I'll let you.
okay, I'll read it. You can second. So I've got it in front of me. So excuse us.
You're going to make the motion?
My
Yes.
dyslexia will show through.
Thank you. I make the motion to approve setting the Nueces County Hospital District's ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 25-26 at the no new revenue rate of 0.089495 per $100 valuation. Now you may second, Commissioner.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Chesney, yes, go ahead.
Quick, and I was just asking Constance this. There is a clause in this that order that made me stop for a minute that says the tax rate will raise more money for taxes in operation, and what she'd explained to me was that's because that includes the growth,
Yes.
which is not new taxes.
So 25.05B, and levying such tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2025. And this is a motion that the attorneys have told us we have to do too. So that's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Chesney, I think, was first. Any discussion? No. Commissioner Pusley?
Aye.
Myself is aye. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
And 4 ayes and no nays, and Commissioner Mata is out of the room. He may want to adjust this in a minute when he returns. I'm sorry. So then moving on to item B, discuss and consider the adoption of the 2025-26 Nueces County Hospital District budget pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.043. C, the taxpayer impact statement and the draft budgets are attached to this meeting notice, and I think this is where you want to talk about your budget if you want to, Commissioner.
Commissioners, I don't really have a lot to add. I just want to highlight the fact that 70% of our revenue comes from somewhere other than taxes. So the load's not being borne all by the taxpayers. And then second, that the hospital district continues to support important things that are done in the county in addition to our indigent care duties. We continue to provide funding for our mental health services, a large chunk of money. We continue to provide funding to you all for your portion of the public health department. We also provide money for subsidizing the emergency services districts and 2 cities in the Nueces County for emergency medical services. We recently added the city of Port Aransas. We provide money for health care at the juvenile detention facility. We provide money for health care at the La Pan jail. And we also provide funding for various other things in the community, including Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, Amistad Community Health Center, some additional equipment for the jail, and the Area Health Education Center. And we do all that, Judge, without asking for additional tax revenue.
And we're very appreciative. My motion then on this item would be a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2025-2026 Nueces County Hospital District budget pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 551.043. C, this budget will raise more property taxes than last year's budget by $553,128 or 1.31%. And of that amount, $849,987 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year. And I'm glad you pointed that out earlier, Commissioner Chesney.
Is that your motion? Did you
Yep.
Second?
I'm just reading what's in front of me. Sorry. Yes. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, a discussion.
Yes. Go ahead.
On number 2, Health Department, why do we go up 34,704 on the 1.765296 to 1.8 on the
They just rounded it up when they called. So we're keeping the same. They just rounded it up.
Can you write it down to the bottom?
It was 1.775, so it was above the 5. So they said
It was a rounding, Commissioner, and it was just the ease of doing the numbers. The overall, the amount that we are providing or reimbursing the county for the public health department is the same amount, effectively, as it was last year. I think that's still a negotiation y'all are looking to do later this year, but we've kept our portion of the funding back to you at that amount.
And the city has agreed. I'm not sure we have that. They're the ones that gave us that rounded up number just to make it easier on both for the invoicing for the next year coming. Yes.
Okay. Well, I agree. I probably oppose that section there, but
yeah. Mm-hmm. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Pusley, your vote.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye. For the record, I don't agree with number 2.
But you're voting aye, yes.
I am voting aye.
Okay. Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
Aye. 4 ayes, and Commissioner Mottas is out. The motion passes. My next motion is where we have dual motions now. My motion is to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 2025-2026 Nueces County Hospital District budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the prior year budget in the amount of $553,128. And I believe it has been clarified that this is new property. This is not, you're still at the no new revenue rate. So that's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Pusley, your vote.
My vote is aye.
Myself as aye. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ms. Chesney, aye. So 4 ayes and no nays, and this is all passed, and your budget is done. Thank you for being here, and glad we could get you in and out of here instead of waiting.
Well, thank you. We're very appreciative of that, Judge, and good luck to you all the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. We're going to go back to our regular agenda. Kara, do you need these printed language things? Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'll save them here for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Modas, do you wish to be seen as voting on the hospital district? These 2 items? Yes. There's 4 votes. They all pass 4-0. Do you wish to be?
Yes, aye on both items. Yes.
All 4. All 4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's 4 motions. They're all the same. It's just 2 different motions we have to make this year.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, moving back to our regular agenda, the consent agenda. Before we even begin with the consent agenda, let me just make another statement for the public. At this time, we are not doing wires only paper checks unless it is a bank-to-bank something. This is for vendors, payouts and stuff still because of the issue at hand. But now, if any commissioner wishes to pull anything out for further discussion, I will accept them now.
Yes, Your Honor. I need to pull out item M.
M.
M is in Mike.
Let's see. I need to pull H.
H.
And N.
N.
Nancy.
H. N. And I need D. So we have D, H, M, N. What was the other one? I forgot to read it.
E, H, M, and N. Was there another one?
No, just 4. I think that's it.
Judge, I'd make a motion to pass all remaining items excluding D, H, M, and N on the consent agenda.
A second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. I have on my notes, and I wish you ladies will confirm, on D, number 8, on the list, KLM commercial was paid by an early release check on Friday because it was late and it got missed. So it's on this list again. We just did not want to approve to pay twice. So that's the information I had to share. So I'll make the motion to approve excluding number 8. Yes.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. I'm waiting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Then moving on to item H.
H. Judge, yes, ma'am. I need to make a motion to pass this, but contingent. The American Diabetes Association sent in a report, but it really wasn't a report, and so Teresa's asked for them to supplement that. So I would like to make a motion to pass this contingent upon them getting their actual report in from last year on how they spent the money, please.
Oh, yes, because we're required, all the people we get,
Right.
they're supposed to send the reports in on how they spend it.
So we don't expect anything to come up
No,
where it would
no.
prevent us from saying we shouldn't have voted for that. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's simple. I'm just wanting.
Pretty much they spent it on,
For those that are
right.
listening.
Yeah,
Just-
exactly.
I can tell you
Very
what
good
they spent it
point.
on, they just need to
Sugar.
tell us what they
Right.
spent it on.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it all goes to the children with diabetes going to summer camp, so it's pretty.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Pusley?
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Chesney and Pusley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Sorry. Item M, accept certificates of, that's yours, Commissioner Pusley. Sorry.
Yeah, Your Honor, I just need to pull this item off the agenda completely. It's worded incorrectly. I'll resubmit this on the 24th, so it just needs to be pulled off the agenda.
Okay.
So moved.
Do we need to just table it and you can put it back on?
Move to table indefinitely.
Yeah, you put it back on when you're ready.
But now you can't do it indefinitely. That means I can never bring it back. But it doesn't really need to be tabled. It just needs to be pulled.
You have to do something.
No,
Push to the next meeting, September 24th.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Second.
We have a
Table till the
motion.
next meeting, Mike, that's good?
That's fine.
Okay, or whenever, how about we table it until Commissioner Pusley wants to put it back on? How about
That'd be
that?
fine.
Thank you.
I'll do that one.
So is that your motion, Pusley, and Chesney is seconding that?
Whatever you want.
That's good.
Yes.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'll pick something, I'll go.
The
for it.
motion passes. Thank you.
I don't care.
Item N, and who asked for that one?
I did.
Did you? Sorry.
Yes, Judge.
Uh-huh.
No, I just wanted to focus on the great work that we're doing at the airport. We've had some recent change in management. We have an interim there, and Commissioner Pusley's really taken the lead and lucky enough to be asked to help assist on the work being done. But this RAMP program, this RAMP grant, routine airport maintenance program, is important, and this is going to help our airport. And it's been money that we have missed out on the past, but I know that we have a good team in place now. And I just want to go on about our airport committee, one of the most engaged committees that I have seen in the time that I've been here on Commissioner's Court. We have nearly full attendance. We meet in the conference room. Our next meeting is the 24th.
24th, yes.
At 6 p.m. at the county airport, and we're struggling for chairs. I mean, we're filling up that big conference room between Commissioner Pusley, myself, our interim airport manager and maintenance person from our county staff, and then all the entire commission is there, or at least online participating. So just good things. Just wanted to make the public aware of that, and there's no controversy to this. We just need there's money there that we were told a meeting or two ago, and we need to just keep on pursuing this money from the state. So hope that we will approve. Thank you.
Absolutely. Is that your motion to approve then
Yes,
now?
ma'am.
Second.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 And
Any
just
opposed?
thanks to Commissioners Pusley and Matas for really
Getting
taking this
involved.
on and getting this going.
Exactly.
I appreciate it very much.
Exactly.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, very much. Moving on to our regular agenda then. The item 3A1, discuss and consider adopting and accepting the August 6th and August 20th Commissioners Court meetings, minutes,
So
and all
moved.
related.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 2, Commissioner Gonzalez is out, but he had already asked to table the presentation to the 24th meeting. I will make the motion to table to the 24th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and consider execution of the interlocal agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County regarding the tax increment reinvestment zone number 7.
Judges.
Yes, go ahead.
This is a real quick cleanup. Hold on one second. Let me get to it. I apologize. I'll get this done quick. For the edification of the court, at the last meeting, we voted on something that was an example that should not have been in the actual vote. I put in the first one that we did, and then Emily circulated the one that we sent to the city. So I just need to clean this up because in the part where you see application of county contribution, where it starts the paragraph, the first subzone being considered, that really should not have been part of the submission or part of the vote, because that'll be a separate item that will come later in greater detail. So I would like to amend this resolution that we submitted to take out the paragraph from the words the first subzone down to where it says 30.6 million. That was, again, that's going to come to us separately later at a later time. The city just voted on that for the first time yesterday. So that would be my motion, just to amend this.
So just that whole section where it says application of county contribution?
No, the first part is correct, because that's the language we wanted in there for streets and drainage.
Okay.
And the subzone will have a clearly defined written plan. That's something we want. But then this other thing was just an example that the city sent over, and we shouldn't have voted on that because that's a separate vote. that makes sense?
So from the first subzone sentence down, all that comes out?
Yes, sir, to where it
Okay.
ends at 30.6 million.
Gotcha.
So the amendment would be to take that out, and that would be the official vote on the record, and the prior vote was rescinded.
Second.
Any other discussion?
That's just to make that one amendment, and then we're going to go through the rest of it.
The rest of it's done.
Rest
The
of
rest of it has already been submitted, and that was just the only part that was not,
Okay.
shouldn't have been in there. The rest of it was all stuff already voted on by the court.
Okay.
And that's it.
That part, just to remove.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just that part. And the rest of it is fine, and that's it. Do we vote?
Good work, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So is that the final part, then the TERS is done, or does it go to the, I mean, just
we'll
for the
get-
people, they're still going to come back to
Yeah, the
us?
city
Yes.
voted yesterday on the specifics, some of this more specific stuff that then will come back to us
Okay.
as a separate vote on the financing plans and things of that nature.
I think
And then we'll-
there was a gentleman online that wanted to speak or something and didn't raise his hand and didn't understand our rules now, but he.
Say again? No, we're not executing any.
No.
we're-
So I wanted
this
to
is-
clarify in case he was watching that this
Right.
was
This is-
not executing. There
Yeah,
was
this
still
will all
final
come back.
payment.
On there.
Yes.
Right, what the city voted on yesterday will come back to us at a later date.
Okay.
This is just a cleanup of what was submitted to the city, so.
Okay.
We'll vote on
Perfect.
that later.
Okay.
So in case the gentleman is still watching, there's still time to talk to us and comment if he wanted to. I just hate it. He was, I believe, going to try to head down, and then I had a message that he wasn't coming. So I'm not sure if he's coming or not, but there will be other
It'll- yeah.
opportunities to talk about this.
It'll
Yes,
be
yes.
on, I would assume fully at the next meeting, because the city just voted on it yesterday, and we haven't even seen it or digested it or anything, so it'll probably
Okay.
be on in
Perfect.
full presentation for the next meeting.
So we have a motion and a second to clean up this resolution, taking out that paragraph. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Item number 4, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates, workshop dates, and related matters. Anyone have anything they need to bring up or anything?
No, ma'am.
Nope, we're good to go. Item B1, discuss and consider sheriff and constable's fees for 2025 pursuant to Section 118.131 of the Texas Local Government Code. The 2025 fees attached were last year's fees. I believe Constable Dorr is here. He was the only one, I understand in my notes, that wanted an increase. This is for the 2026 fees. If you're passing, give it to her, and yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
All
Whenever
right.
you're ready.
Hello, Judge and Commissioners. We respectfully request an increase in the hourly fees for extended service of writs and orders from $30 to $60 an hour for services exceeding 2 hours. Under local Texas Government Code, this current rate no longer covers raising expenses relating to personnel, transportation, and administrative overhead. Additionally, extended services times often caused by avoidable delays to include late arrivals, lack of preparation, frequent breaks, smoking breaks, phone calls, social visits, individuals leaving and returning during service, bringing individuals who are unable to assist with writs removals due to limitations or lack of appropriate equipment. These behaviors result in deputies remaining on site without effective engagement, disrupting workflow, and delaying other scheduled writs. Our staff works diligently to maintain fairness and efficiency, but prolonged service impacts our ability to serve the broader community. Other agencies across Texas have already raised their extended services rates from 50 to 75. Recognizing the needs to align these fees with operational realities, increasing our rate to $60 an hour ensures efficiency use of county resources, fairness to all parties awaiting service, reduction of liability and exposure during prolonged service, encouraging and preparedness and accountability. And we appreciate your consideration and the continued support to helping us provide timely service.
Hey, if,
I think it's time we're way overdue raising
So,
the fees.
sorry, this is primarily for evictions, right?
we need a
Anything
second for
over
discussion.
2 hours for evictions, yes.
Okay. All right.
Because 2 hours is plenty of time, and a lot of these times, just like I stated,
Takes a lot of time.
it can take anywhere from a day, 8 hours, to 2-3 days.
Who pays for this?
With this, yeah, go ahead.
And who pays for that?
The individual doing the
The property owner doing
property
the
owner, correct.
eviction, not
Correct.
the person being evicted.
Correct.
That's right, yes. And would this order change all of the fees for all of the constables, all of these, or are you asking, is this just for you?
No.
This would change everybody's across the board?
Across the board,
And nobody else is asking for it but you?
correct.
Why would they not think
It's
this is,
just, I've never,
wow.
So, Judge,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
so the way that I was told, and I don't know if it's right, because it was a prior auditor or somebody, I can't remember, was that before we increased fees, we had to have some sort of justification for doing it. And what we'd done in the past would be anytime we increased fees, and we've increased the fees because at the time, Dale would come back and show us what the cost of doing business was and that we weren't meeting it because we had to have some sort of justification. Now, I don't know if that's
No, I think that's wise for anything that we increase,
right.
especially
So I
in light
guess
of the comments made today.
this one kind of, I don't know that I knew this one was coming. Was this in the backup that we didn't get, or was this like, okay, so I don't know that we can just do it without some sort of backing, and that's what we've always done was we've increased all these fees over the years. And if you remember, we went up quite a bit because we all said, well, it's not even close to the cost of doing business. Okay, well, we had that as backup to justify what we were doing. And so we need some sort of backup.
I agree, and my problem with this is that others don't want this increase. I'm wondering
I don't know
why.
I don't know if they don't want it.
I was told they did not want it, but
they want the raise.
Yeah, they didn't want to increase the fees, or they weren't having the problem. But I would think we would hear this should be a united effort from everyone. That's my only concern. I didn't know anything about this either, and I'm sorry. I've been focused on other things and not this agenda item.
I'd like to, maybe we can table this to,
Yeah,
and see if we can have some feedback from the other constables. I mean, if they don't want it, we need to know, because when they come before us and ask us for something,
that's right.
we can always come back and say, well, remember, you had a chance to.
I don't know if it's a not one, we just have to justify it. That's all I'm saying is,
Well, they could want it or not want it either. I mean,
no, right, but I don't know why they weigh in one way or the other, right? I don't know why they would. So the point really is more, can we approve what's in front of us, bring this back later with some sort of justification? And maybe, I'm just trying to figure out what the process is,
because this will increase a fee, do we have to have this today with our budget, or can we do this next meeting next month? Because it's a minimum amount, increasing a fee that's charged to someone else. Does this have to be done right now?
Isn't it effective January?
But,
effective date.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I believe we have to post it to the website, to the state comptroller's website, and it has to be voted on. There's deadlines that have.
I think there are two.
For fees to be done, and none of that was. You have to go to the back microphone. You can't. You have to have a microphone. Well, you're speaking from there. You need to pull that one down when you speak next time. But yeah.
The reporting deadline for the fees is October 1st. So you have a little bit of time, but I don't know about the budget.
To post them to the website.
To report them to the state, yes, ma'am.
But they do have to be voted on by the Commissioners Court and agreed upon.
We have September 24th, so we could do it at our next meeting when we get some more information. That's a good point.
I personally support this, and I would just rather do a blanket approval, and If someone doesn't want it, then we opt out. Especially, I don't think it has any impact on our budget because it's a fee
It's
that's
a fee
placed
that's
on
placed on someone
the
else.
individual
Exactly.
and not necessarily on the county. So, I mean, I think it's a great concept. I appreciate you bringing this forward. If the court wants to wait just to get more backup, I'd be happy with voting for it now. But we obviously have to get some dates set up. So, if we can get it the next meeting posted.
On the 24th.
Get everyone else's feedback, speak now, or
It's
No,
really not the
if
feedback
you want
so
to,
much.
if you want to
I'm
make
not-
a motion to approve it now, I'll second. You know, this has to do with evictions, and I know evictions can get, they can get timely. Yes.
And I'm just saying, someone has told me, if I'm not mistaken, that we can't just raise stuff without justification. So all I'm saying is, and that may be wrong, but I would vote no only if you're going to, and it's okay, it'll still probably pass. But I mean, what we've been told in the past, I think, and again, I just got this
And we
handed
vote
to me 13
contingent
seconds ago
upon
with no
that
backup. This
clarification.
wasn't
Yes. All
posted.
of
This
us are
wasn't
fine
in our
with it.
backup.
It's just
We can't keep doing it this way either. We're supposed to have this kind of stuff like in our backup. So someone should have given it this to before now. But it's a process problem. But if we don't have to justify things,
just bring
Let's do it the next meeting with the backup and everything, because it seems like everyone here, no one's opposed to
Right.
this. We
I
just
just
need
wanna
to do
make
it the
sure we're doing
correct
it
way.
right.
So, yes.
and then can someone just check and see if that's right? That do we have to have justification for raising these fees? If not, if we're just that's fine. But again, when someone walks in and hands this to me 5 seconds before we want me to vote, that's not supposed to be the way we do it either. So.
Okay. I think I'll make
Go
the
with the
motion to
back
bring
way.
it back for the 24th with the backup and ready to vote. Still in time for the
I
second.
have a motion already.
Oh, you had a motion already, so second his motion, yes.
was
But are
his?
you changing yours to bring it back to the 24th?
Right.
Yes.
What's your motion?
It's in my motion.
I'm
Table
sorry,
for
but just
24.
clarify, this also sets up that this will be completed in time by the October 1 deadline so that we can
Yes.
meet the proper posting.
Yes.
Okay.
And look, if we're going to review this, then maybe we ought to review the whole thing between now and the 24th, because if we're not charging enough for this, then might not be charging enough for everything. So
Other
if we're going to do it,
fees.
I mean,
Yes.
why
We got a week,
We
don't
got a
we, or
week.
less to post
Who
all
are we
that?
assigning to that duty?
I'm just saying, why are we just looking at one thing?
No, I get you.
I mean,
But this may be the start.
It was just brought to my attention, any fees that, each constable, I guess, would like. If a constable had a problem with another fee, or this is one of the fees that I have a problem with because it puts officers in a dangerous situation.
We all totally agree with that. And these evictions, I don't think there's a disagreeing head up here. So let's just see what we can get done between now and then. If there are other fees we need to look at, we'll get as much done as possible between now and then. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The table, right?
To the 24th, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion and a second.
to table to the 24th?
But
Yes.
Yeah.
we rescind the motion.
I
He
rescind my
did,
motion.
yes. There wasn't a second.
My motion will be to go ahead and table it for the 24th.
Yes. Sorry, I was talking to Kara when I thought she had the information. Sorry. Yeah.
And just to let you know, the fees go to the county, it doesn't go to the.
No, we, yeah.
And any
All
other
right.
fees you want to look at in between there, bring us back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item C, coastal parks. Discuss and consider approving a memorandum of understanding between Texas A&M University and Nueces County to collaborate for the redesign and construction of the parking area at Packery Channel Nature Park.
Yes, ma'am. This is part of the GLO's Clean Coast program. They are funding the engineering and design and the construction of permeable pavers at that little parking lot there next to where we're building the pier and the living shoreline. So it's a really benign, MOU. County Attorney Alex, she's wonderful, by the way, Jenny. She does amazing work. She's already looked at it, and so I would recommend approval. It doesn't obligate you to any amount of money. It just says that they're going to pay to build the project, and we're just going to maintain it. Same kind of MOU we did with Commissioner Modis for the rain garden.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The
Y'all come to our rain garden ribbon cutting on the
motion
19th.
passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, quick
Go ahead.
question, please, clarification on the item we just voted on before the table. So did we table the entire item B1?
Pretty much.
All everything? Okay. All right. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Sheriff and constable fees, so if
Yeah.
we have anything we can bring back, it will bring it all back.
If
Yes.
the sheriff and constables are listening out there, if you've got some suggestion on
Exactly.
fees,
Yes.
you better get it up
Yes.
for the next meeting. Right?
Item D1, discuss and consider approval of potable water service agreement with the Nueces County Water Control Improvement District Number 3 for the animal care facility. This is for normal water services, I'm told. I'll make the motion to approve since Public Works is not here.
Second. I had
We have
some
a motion,
questions
a
on.
second. Yes,
I
go.
thought Juan would be here on this. I mean,
Be
it's
coming.
a standard water service agreement, so I get that it falls under Public Works to coordinate that, but is there a reason why it couldn't have been included under consent? I mean, it's pretty standard. It's not like it's work that Public Works. There's Juan, just talking to you. Did you run
Yeah,
up the
'cause-
stairs?
Yes, sir.
Sorry
about
so I was
that.
trying to talk long enough to see if we get. So I mean, this is a
This
basic
should have,
water
yes.
service agreement.
Yeah.
Yes,
Us
sir.
as a customer with Nueces Water Control Improvement District Number 3, which is in Robstown.
Yes, sir.
To provide us water there at our site.
That's correct.
So it's a basic agreement.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
it falls under Public Works because y'all coordinate it, but in the future, could we just get something like that
Post
under
those on-
consent?
Yes, we can. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate you highlighting this. It's important to just focus that we're making progress out there.
Yes, sir. The
But, okay.
project's going well, Commissioner.
Yeah, and it's a standard. There's no extra. Was there any extra fees that we were asked to pay on this? Or
No, sir, not that I know
No
of,
connection
sir.
fees or anything.
No,
It's a
sir.
standard,
Just-
standard
sir.
line out there.
Yes, sir.
And I apologize, that's a failure on our part. We were busy with budget. We pushed everything to consent that we
not an
could because we were trying to keep from having these
I
things.
I just,
Yeah,
I just
I
had
don't
that
know
general
how that
question.
one got missed, but
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Juan.
No, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry about it.
Yes. we
Motion
had a-
to approve, or did we?
We didn't vote, we just had a motion and a second.
yeah, motion.
Sorry, okay. All those in favor, say aye. Thank you very
Aye.
much. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item E1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a workday order form for a 7-year Prism Analytics subscription and an accompanying statement of work agreement for installation services and related matters. Is this Commissioner Pusley? Are you going to talk about this one, or
I
Daryl?
can.
Sorry.
I think Constance and I both can chip in on this. We've had, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, Daryl's here too. I'm sorry, Daryl. I can't see, everybody back behind about halfway is just a blur, so I'm
Oh, you're
sorry.
kidding.
And I'm fixing to have surgery to fix that, so. Anyway, we've had a number of meetings with respect to Workday and Prism and the One Solution application and how we're going to move forward with that. And I'll save everybody the pain of what we went through in those meetings. And we've now ferreted this down to, for the Workday, for us to be able to continue to use it and be able to bring in our historical information. We now have all the historical information out of One Solution, so we don't have to pay that fee
paying.
anymore.
Awesome.
That's gone.
Awesome.
And that'll save a significant amount of money. And but for us to be able to use that data now, we need to license Prism, which is owned by Workday, and a little conspiracy there. But no, I'm kidding. And that will allow us to use the historical information when we need it. And I think everybody was fine with that. So this 7-year subscription is what we're going to recommend today. And I don't have the amount in front of me. I'm sorry. I don't
It
have the
should be
backup.
in the backup. Do you know what it is, Constance?
I'm sorry. I didn't have the backup thing open on my computer. It's
And compared to One Solution, I would ask that question too. What is the difference in this? And I'm holding it for us. Do you have that, Daryl? Do you know?
Not in front of me.
hold on one
It's in-
second.
it's
Let
in
me-
the back.
Constance has it right there.
Correct. Yeah, it's in the backup. Spread over 7 years, it's $68,927. $68,927 for Prism. And One Solution was about $70,000, if I'm not mistaken. So it kind of washes. But One Solution we have until December, so we will not renew in December, and then we will utilize this. And the funds will come from the county budget, the county auditor's budget.
And we all, after, like I said, many meetings, we all feel like this is the best and most comfortable resolution to this whole issue. but we all feel very confident that we're going to be able to access our historical information and use it when we need to. And after 7 years, some of that older historical information will be less pertinent, and we won't need to worry about keeping it at hand. And so at some point, I feel very confident at the end of that 7 years, we can drop PRISM and we will no longer need it.
Yeah. All your historical data will be in Workday at that time.
Okay.
We'd have 10 years of historical data in Workday at the end of the 7 years.
The only suggestion I have before doing this is we need to, there is still an ongoing investigation. We need to let them know and make sure they're signing off on this with the Attorney General's office.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah,
That's the reason we've been keeping one solution open.
Pardon?
Who should we contact for that?
Yeah, who would we?
I'll get you.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yes.
Yeah, we did discuss that,
We did.
and the team felt very confident that whatever information the Attorney General needed, we could regurgitate it for them.
Perfect. Let's just be in contact with them and make sure they
PRISM
sign
gives us
off
the
on this
ability,
before.
basically, the one solution data was exported into an SQL database, which is it's a long-standing database that you can easily access. PRISM gives you the ability to go in and structure reports like you want them and pull out the pieces of information that you specifically want out of the database. So it's very powerful in that respect. So, but we can still let them know and make sure we're okay with that. And I would just say, just to add on to this, as we go forward, Your Honor, I know we're going to be implementing a lot of new policies with respect to IT.
Yes.
But on a go-forward basis, before a decision is made to purchase software that's going to have this kind of an effect on our whole county operations, if you will, the IT department should be included in those decisions from the get-go.
Totally agree.
They weren't in this case, and that's how we got here. So, but anyway, we all worked very hard on this. I want to thank everybody that participated and got this done. Darrell, thank you very much.
Yes,
Constance and Teresa, everybody who was in those meetings, thank you very much.
Thank you. So is that your motion, Commissioner? Sorry, we did a lot of discussion without a motion.
Motion to approve item E1.
And that's with that contingent and notifying the Attorney General's office and making sure they're good. Will second that motion then. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks for jumping in on that one too, Commissioner Pusley.
Yes, absolutely. Next up, we have our executive, and we're going to go ahead and go into executive and break, and then when we come back after executive, we will do the county budget because we will get right in the middle of it and have to stop with everything. So I think it's okay to move forward and take a break. Executive session, public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a best practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, 551.089. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in the executive session. Item A today is consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal issues regarding the Corpus Christi Housing Authority's tax exemption and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular if needed, including the ratification of the legal service agreement with Bickerstaff, Heath, Delgado, and Costa LLP. Item B, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel, Richard Schechter, regarding consideration and authorizing the county judge to execute the settlement participation and release forms regarding the settlement offers from Purdue, Amnio, West Ward, NKA, HIKMA, and other certain defendants in the matter of the Texas opioid multi-district litigation for the county in the matter of the County of Nueces County versus Purdue Pharma, MDL pretrial cause number 2018-635587 in the 152nd District Court of Harris County. And did we have the code there? 551. There's no code on that one. Jenny?
Which one? Oh.
The legal matter? Is that 55107?
551. Yes, 071, Judge.
Yeah, 551.071. And then item C, consult with the county attorney on statement of work and master service agreement with P&G Cyber LLC and all related matters. Take action in open session if necessary. Texas Government Code 551.089. And it is 10:56. We are going to do executive, and we will probably have a lunch that will be here as well. So I would assume we will potentially be back, not 12:30 or 1. What do y'all think, guys? 1 o'clock?
Sounds good to me.
We can let the public know if they want to be here 1 o'clock.
1 p.m.
That's 2 hours, so.
12:30.
12:30. How about we do 12:30? That's a long time. Yes, it's only 11. That's a long break. Yeah, let's do 12:30. Yeah, we'll do 12:30. If we're not, we'll be on our way. Thank you very much. It is 11:57 and we are in. Yes.
10:57.
Oh, 10:57. Sorry, excuse me. I said it before the first time. We are back in after executive session. It is 12:34, and we will continue with executive item A. There is a motion today. Commissioner Chesney?
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to.
That's okay.
Which one is it? Bless you. Hold on. There it is. Oh, okay. I got two, sorry. Motion to authorize immediate legal action against the Corpus Christi Housing Authority challenging the validity of the contracts related to the Corpus Christi Housing Authority tax exemption scheme and potential Texas Open Meetings Act violations, including but not limited to any contractual agreements with the executive director.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Judge,
Motion.
just for the record,
Yes.
I just think it's important that the community know that this has not died by any means, and I appreciate the court, taking the time on this as we have as a unified body. This has been a 5-0 vote from the beginning, and every member of this court has, I think, in some way, shape, or form spoken out in how disturbing this is. This is a big deal, and I think there were some serious violations had as reported by our local media. But if we don't take this action on behalf of the citizens of Nueces County, then all that ends up being is good reporting with no action behind it. And so I think it's important, again, for the citizens to know that we take this very seriously. We're not giving up the fight, and that this is a very much of a unified effort on behalf of the entire Nueces County Commissioners Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Item B, Commissioner Pesley, I believe you have a motion.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion to accept the settlement offers from Purdue Aminal. Is that right? Is that how you say it? Amil, Westward, and HIKMA, and other certain defendants in the matter of Texas opioid multi-district litigation for the county in the matter of County of Nueces versus Purdue Pharma Incorporated, Altal, and authorize the county judge to execute all necessary documents related to the settlement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Judge,
Go
Would
ahead.
you like to have the copy of this?
Yes.
I do. And then, are there any instructions for them where the money's, like, usually you like to put things in a separate account or create?
I think we already have that set up for this opioid money. It seems, this is an ongoing thing that's
Okay.
been there for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we do for the opioid money?
And Judge, can I?
There's a special revenue.
I need to go back to A. I forgot I had another one on A. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to cut anybody off if y'all are still going, but.
No, we haven't done the last one.
Oh,
So if Kara has another question,
It's just on the ledger.
we would suggest a separate whatever. But we've been suggesting that for all of our accounts moving
Okay, that's all I want to
forward,
make
so,
sure, and,
yes.
and that it's on record that y'all want for, okay, it's in the ledger, it's not, there's not a separate account for it.
Okay.
You want one?
The new people will do.
Separate account or just on separate ledger? I don't
Separate
think it's a
ledger,
Account for
yes.
everything. do we?
Yeah, on larger
I think
accounts.
opiates is on separate.
I don't know.
I think we have opiates in a separate.
There's a special revenue.
But it's not in a separate account, it's just on the ledger separately.
That's
There's
correct.
the difference, right, that I don't know if we're going to, we need to think
Open.
about if we want to open up separate accounts for everything, and there's some things we have
You can
and
have
some
them
things
within
we
the same
have.
bank account, right? So it's,
Well, it would be another
Yeah.
account, though.
Yeah.
You have to open up a whole new account, get signers. There's a process for that. I mean, in normal life.
We'll deal with that in the future.
But I'm just saying,
okay, well, I'm just,
no, and I don't know the answer. I'm
Yeah,
saying
good point to agree on, because
we have to distinguish if we want them all in these separate accounts or if we just want them separate ledgers. So some we've designated that we definitely want separate accounts for, and some we haven't. So I don't know which one this is.
Okay, this settlement money, she asked if we wanted it in a separate account. And I said, the account's already been set up. This is an ongoing thing that has been done. I think the thing that we asked about in this one and ongoing past and moving forward is to at least be able to distinguish in a separate ledger what
We can
money
accept
is.
the money and then decide after we get
Absolutely,
the money how.
yes. Uh-huh.
okay.
It's just wording. There's separate ledger. There's a ledger and there's account. Those are different
Right.
things.
You had to come back on yours.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
had another
I'm also
motion.
have a motion to ratify the engagement agreement with Bickerstaff Heath Delgado Acosta LLP regarding legal issues related to the Corpus Christi Housing Authority tax exemption status.
Second.
That's my motion. That's at the recommendation of the county attorney.
Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And on item C, I have that motion to ratify emergency contracts for Core Recon, Constant G. Brooks Smith Profit LLC, and P&G Cyber for work related to the forensic cybersecurity measures services. And I will pass this over to you so you can have the exact wording. So,
You want these two? Yeah.
do I have a second?
Yeah.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Now, if everyone is ready, we will go over to item 6A, our Nueces County budget. Item A is discuss and consider the adoption of, this is the first one, 6A, is discuss and consider adoption of an order approving the 2025 tax roll, setting the 2025 tax rate for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County. And I will read the order that goes with this one where we are asking for. The order behind here says an order accepting and approving the 2025 tax rate roll, setting the 2025 tax rates for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for tax year 2025. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to commute the no new revenue tax rate and voter approved rate for 2025, the county farm to market, and the lateral road and flood. Whereas notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller Times for the county farm to market, and lateral road and flood on August 27th, 2025. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rates for 2025, including proper notice of the meeting of September 10th, 2025, as provided by Chapter 551 Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, and whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves the property tax rate by saying, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.289789 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 7.59% increase in the tax rate. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves separately the tax rate for the current year, consisting of the following two components. Number one, the debt service tax rate of 0.037608 per $100 valuation. If that applied to the total taxable value, will impose the total amount of taxes needed to pay debt services for the next year. Number two, the maintenance and operation tax rate of 0.252181 per $100 valuation. That, if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the county for the next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 9.07% and will raise taxes for the maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $26.02. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court that the 2025 tax roll, as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector, is approved, and the following tax rates per $100 value are set and levied against all taxable property for 2025. A, Nueces County General Fund and M&O. The 0.248841 per $100 valuation the 0.235953, the voter approved tax rate plus 0.012888 unused increments. Item B, Nueces County Farm to Market lateral road and flood control, 0.003340 per $100 valuation. Item C, Nueces County total M&O, 0.252181 per $100 valuation. And item D, the Nueces County debt service, 0.037608 per $100 valuation. The total Nueces County tax rate, add C and D, is 0.289789 per $100 valuation. Be it further ordered that the homestead exemptions for 2025 shall include 20% for homestead exemptions, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus a tax limitation on the total amount of taxes that may be imposed on the resident homestead of a disabled individual or for those 65 years of age or older, pursuant to Article 8(1)(b) H of the Texas Constitution and exemptions mandated by state law. And be it further ordered that no discounts are allowed for early payment of taxes, split payment of taxes as described in subsection 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. And be it further ordered that the foregoing recitals are incorporated into this order by reference as if set out in full. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2025 tax roll, setting the 2025 tax rates for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County, having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments haven't been considered. On a motion that I will read in just now. Okay, the motion, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.289789 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 7.59% increase in the tax rate. Commissioner Pusley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Matas?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Nay.
Commissioner Chesney?
No.
I'm on a motion 3-2. The motion passes. Motion number 2.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
What was the second?
It was 1, 2. We all have to vote individually on
Oh,
this.
so there's no second on the
So
motion?
it's like, yes.
Seconded, I'd second.
Oh, you seconded it anyway? Yes, okay.
motion, yeah.
Sorry. On motion number 2, further, I move that the court adopt an order setting the county ad valorem tax rate as just approved, including the disclosures required by Tax Code 26.05B, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2025. I make the motion. I don't know if we need a motion in a second. You have to vote individually.
Well, you still have to have a motion in a second,
Okay.
even though you
want
vote,
to second
even
this
though it's a
motion?
record vote.
We have a motion and a second again.
What's the motion second? I'm sorry.
I made the motion. Mata seconded. On motion number 2, the court adopting it. It's the same motion as the one before. We have to do these two.
Accept the whole thing.
I'll read it again. Further, I move that the court adopt an order setting the county ad valorem tax rate as just approved, including the disclosures required by Tax Code 26.05B, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2025. That we haven't done this in the past, but this is something that our lawyers have advised us to do.
Yeah, that's what threw me. Sorry.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Pusley, how do you vote?
Is this the same vote we
Yes,
just took?
yes,
Okay,
yeah.
aye.
Commissioner Matas?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Nay.
Commissioner Chesney?
No.
3 ayes, 2, the motion passes.
May I have a question? I thought we were going to discuss some of the things before we took the vote on this.
That's just the tax rate.
This is the
Budget
tax
tax
rate.
rate.
We
Okay.
haven't done the
Okay.
budget. Yes,
Right.
this is the rate.
Gotta have that
Yes.
first.
Yeah. Mhm. And it's the same way we just did the hospital district. It's
Yeah,
the
I
same
know.
way we've always done it here
I
before.
got you.
Yes.
But,
Okay.
but I kind of agree with Commissioner Gonzalez. It seems like we do this backwards. It seems like
Yeah,
we ought
because
to
I wanted
discuss the
to
budget
discuss-
first
I had
and
another-
then pay for it.
I had another suggestion I have,
I
another
don't know.
one that we could have talked about it and maybe convince somebody.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
Yeah.
So,
Well, this was the proposed, and you could have amended it. I guess you could have asked for an amendment, but yes, yeah. Yeah, sorry. This is what has been proposed at our public hearings and everything else that has been presented, so.
I remember there wasn't a real vote.
You know, Judge, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would, and I visited with Constance this morning about this, and I was asked about this if you, on the back of what you just read, where it says, be it further ordered that the homestead exemption for 2025 shall include 20% for homestead exemptions, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption. That is a little confusing, and because it really ought to say a minimum of 62,500, I think, if I understand it. Or is it
Maximum of.
maximum
yeah.
of 62,500? We ought to add that wording in there. I think to be descriptive of what that actually means.
Do we have to go back and redo this order then?
No, I'm not talking about now.
Okay, in the future. Okay.
No, I'm talking about in the future.
And
If
Commissioner?
we should clarify that.
Commissioner, excuse me. We could also add that it's of the assessed values. So it's 20% of the homestead's assessed values that you're able to subtract out, and then the 62.5 off of that. And so you take the tax rate based on that lower value.
Yeah.
We can.
However y'all
make it
want to word
clear.
it. I'm just saying the way it's done now is confusing.
Yes.
It doesn't really mean anything like it's posted now, and we really should clear that up next time we do this.
And if I may, just a point of clarification on that to add on what Commissioner Pusley is bringing up is, I had asked for, and I think the entire court got a list at our last meeting as far as how we compare as a taxing entity, at least in Nueces County, compared to all other taxing entities, all other governmental entities, special districts, cities, school districts, all of those junior college districts, because over years past and including now, we've have a great graphic to explain the breakdown of the dollars, tax dollars, where they go, right, as far as how much you're spending. And it's usually only kind of Corpus Christi centric and CCISD centric. Well, we have other school districts within the city of Corpus Christi, so there's a variation there. You look at Robstown, that and their school district, same thing with Port A and other cities in our community. But I want to point out that this part that Commissioner Chesney just pointed out is very important to note, and I think that clarification will be helpful. But there are some requirements now that have changed, that are kind of implemented universally within the state. But we as Nueces County have taken great strides over the years to have a deliberate homestead exemption, right? And a 65 exemption or disabled exemption.
Ahead of
that
anybody else.
Ahead of everyone else, exactly. Ahead of everyone else.
I forced the city to do it while I was there.
Right, and so there have been some positive changes that we have made as a county. So once again, we hear what those who are advocating on behalf of the taxpayers in the community, especially those who are limited, especially because of age. They may not be in the workforce any longer, or because of disability, and may not be able to work at the level that they need to sustain themselves. But we as a county have deliberately taken these steps over the years. Year after year, regardless of administration, regardless of court, we have always supported those. So I would encourage the community to look and compare us to other entities within Nueces County, and you'll see we're at the forefront of this. So we hear what you're saying, and this is just another example of that put in this motion. I know it's not going to change necessarily how we vote, but just that we have heard this concern over the years, over the decades, and we're still continuing to push that now that it's more directed by the state, where it kind of applies to all entities. It's not a voluntary step that you take. It's more requirement. But we've always been doing that, so just kind of wanted to remind the community of that. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And then item B, 6B, discuss and consider adopting an order rescinding the prior year budget resolutions and orders. I would accept it. We just cancel all last year's. I'll make the motion. Yes. It's just
Sorry,
canceling.
second.
Yes, canceling last year's. So we have a motion and a second to rescind the prior year budget resolutions and orders. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Sorry.
The motion passes unanimously. Item 6, discuss and consider adoption of, 6C, adoption of orders and resolutions related to the 25-26 Nueces County budget. And this first one here, the employee vacant positions, is the first one up. If you're looking your budget books, this I think that we're going to make some changes to that because we have some, or we're going to omit this one, or just make sure they are a zero increase to the budget for changes, vacant positions and stuff, because we were needing to do 2 other exemptions because of new people coming in, a new auditor's office, IT department, with all of the new people coming. I think we can do away with most of the wording in this, other than making it a zero increase to the budget for now for us. I think we're going to allocate some funds to those other 2 departments contingency if they need it. But anyone else wishing to come in to do reclasses or change names or something, that as long as it is a employee position that is.
What are we talking about?
We're on the, it's a wash, on the order for Nueces County Commissioners Court affecting budget authority for employee positions. Normally, and last year, and I was pretty.
Where is that?
And it should be in your packets under the.
D or D?
Item C.
6C.
You didn't get anything in your budget?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, it's probably
Just
in
asking
your
where
other
it is,
big
'cause I
book.
got
Yes.
a lot of stuff over here.
Okay. I was wondering why you're all looking at me like, what are we talking about?
Just need a pointer, that's all. Got it. Okay, go ahead. Which one?
Okay, C, 6C. And then the first one, these are all the orders. We just canceled last year's orders. These are the new orders moving forward. And this one is pertaining to employee positions, changes, outside. Last year we had outside the budget process. No department could authorize reallocation, reclassification, excuse me. And you still, this top part where you can't reallocate salary funds for operational shortages except for law enforcement, that is all still correct. But the budgeted vacant positions or reclassification, the deleting of a budgeted vacant position,
those are still acceptable.
those are still acceptable.
Remove it.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. So outside the.
We want to allow reclassifications or changes in the department as long as it is a zero-based impact on the budget. That's the only thing I want in the wording. So however
And it is there. It's there during the
during the budget year. We stopped that last year. We're going to bring it back because there's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of uncertainty.
Okay.
And there are 2 other departments, but as long as it is a zero increase to the budget, and those 2 other departments that we were talking about, that potentially we will hopefully be able to allocate some funds to them later on in our budget process.
So I don't need to make an amendment?
Not yet.
Offer an
Well,
amendment?
actually, I think the only, I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. You do it all the time. I'm
These
used
are
to
just
it.
the orders first. We'll do the amendment later. These are the orders. We'll do the amendment allocating funds later. These are just the orders on what we can and can't do during the year.
Can I, point of clarification? There's a portion here that says vacant positions shall remain posted. budgeted vacant positions
I
shall
have a
remain.
star by that. You can fill vacant positions. We are not on a freeze. This was from the prior year. I have a star by that. I also have, they're still not going to allow the X by the vacant position to cover salary classifieds will not be permitted. That needs to be omitted because we're going to allow reclassifications as long as it is a zero increase to the budget.
Judge, could I offer something?
Yes, please.
So I'm looking at
Help
this,
anytime.
I'm looking at the sentence below that says the deleting of a budgeted vacant position to cover salary reclassifications will not be permitted for fiscal year 25-26. So I think if we just make a simple amendment there that would say will be permitted, let's say until December of the 25-26 year, so that we can allow for a little time for everybody to come back and do it because of all the uncertainty, but then we still kind of keep the spirit of not doing it forever. That would be my suggestion. That would give everybody plenty of time. We could say the deleting of a budget will be permitted until December of 2025. Unless an emergency.
With a zero increase to, yes.
Right. Keeping the spirit of it's got to be
Does it really
a
matter about
permanent
the,
deletion?
yeah.
Well, we still don't want
Well,
to
in
have
the
a bunch of
spirit of
budget
it,
stuff during
yes,
the year.
that's
We're
true.
just trying to stay away from that. But because of the uncertainty and there's some things going on here with transition, I think sometimes you got to make exceptions to rules. And as
Agreed.
long as we clearly articulate that exception, we give everybody till December of this year to come back and make your reclassifications if you didn't get to, that have a net zero effect, that a permanent deletion. And then after that, we go back to where it was. That gives everybody, this is September,
I
that
think
gives everybody
it is-
3 months. If they can't get it done in 3 months, then I would think that's plenty of time.
Just so, can I just say one thing? Y'all do make budget change orders
I get it, but
all year long. Just so y'all do. Y'all do
I get it, but this is a policy that the court passed, and I'm just trying to come up with
But
a,
it's still a budget change order. It's still a budget.
You're right.
That's not the point.
Budget change orders are different
It's
than
completely different, Karen.
reclassifications
Sorry,
that
I
give
don't-
Right,
people
but I'm saying y'all
raises in the
do-
middle of the year when
but
the other
he was
employees
saying
don't
big
get it.
changes,
Yes.
but he-
yeah, I think that's a
Yeah.
completely
I
different
think
argument. I just don't.
I'm fine with the
You brought it up,
December, if
but-
you want that to be your motion to add that language in there, I'm fine with that.
Right,
Yes.
I would say the motion would be that,
Through December of 20.
yeah, that the deleting of a budgeted vacant position to cover salary reclassifications will be permitted until December of 2025, as long as those classifications of budgeted positions included in the adopted, I'm sorry, never mind. I
As long
forget
as
that line. Let me
those
start over, my
are-
bad.
Yeah.
The deleting of a budgeted vacant position to cover salary, a budgeted permanent vacant position that is a permanent deletion to cover salary reclassifications will be permitted through December of 2025.
Second.
Why are we
With a
limiting it to
zero
December?
increase.
Because we've
Stopped
again,
doing
this
that because
was-
they have so
yeah,
many
we
of
were
these
getting-
coming on.
We were getting these things left and right, so we just, before you were here, we changed it to where we said, look, we do it during budget, and we do it only during budget, unless it's an emergency, because we were getting all these requests throughout the
So
year.
you're not doing budget change orders anymore like
We
we
do
used to?
budget change orders all the time.
This is personnel. only.
Personnel.
This is personnel only?
Yes, sir. This
And
is-
what,
Reclassification with a net zero.
with a net zero.
Correct.
It
They're
has
gonna
to have the
include
net
that-
zero.
What we're going to try to do with respect to IT and auditors?
That's not going to have anything to do with that because you're going to put a contingent budget attached to those because
Yeah.
we don't know what those are going to be.
Yeah, we're going to do that
But that
today.
will be
That's a
during the
different.
budget.
yeah.
That's another item. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
On the next line though, y'all need to fix that. Or remove, it says no reclassification of budgeted positions included in the adopted budget will be authorized. Can you put after December?
After December 25.
After December, yes. Uh-huh. If that's your motion, I will second that
Yes, ma'am.
motion to change that wording. Do you think we have it or we may have to review the
I can say it again unless we're good.
Any other discussion on that? All those in favor then say aye.
Aye.
I guess so.
Yeah.
No, I guess the question is, so we need to do these orders and then Commissioner Pusley would do his later?
That's with the
or-
budget. That's with the amendments to the budget. That will be contingency money. Yes, so that will be later, yes.
Okay, don't forget.
I'm not, it's on my list. This is Commissioners, the next resolution is the Commissioners Court resolution setting the travel mileage and per diem reimbursement rates. I'm assuming these were last year's rates, nothing changed. I know we would love to give more, but I'm sorry. Yes. If anyone wants to make a motion to pass this one.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The next one in your packet is the Commissioners Court resolution regarding county interfund loans, and that just allows us to effectively pay for things sometimes that we get reimbursed for, and we have to have this in grant projects and things that we fund and then we get reimbursed. So I'll make the motion to pass this one.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The next one up is the Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing financial guidelines for minimum general fund reserves. And this we did make a change to, and it's I have it here at the bottom now. Therefore, be it resolved in order by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that it is the court's continued goal for budget year 25-26 to maintain a minimum general fund reserve of 25% of general fund budgeted appropriations and transfers. And this is, we keep those 3 months because of expenses, so we need to be able to pay our employees if there were a hurricane or something. So I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The next one is the Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing financial guidelines for use of excess revenue generated from operations at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. This has been in this contract or with them for a long time. I think Teresa calculates that every year with them, so I'd make the motion to pass. This is a continued one.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Commissioners, the next one is the Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing a special revenue account for deposit of county funds received from the sale of fixed assets. I guess this is a normal one we do too. I'm not aware. I don't.
It is,
Didn't
Judge.
have any comment. This is one we do every year.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Make the motion to pass. I don't have any notes or anything on this, so this is changed or anything different. So
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. That concludes all of our orders and resolutions. Moving on to item D. Discuss and consider the adoption of the proposed 25-26 Nueces County budget as presented by the county auditor in her capacity as a budget officer for Nueces County, including decisions whether to continue outside agency, county programs, personnel changes, pay steps, freezing reduction, and on and on and on. I believe she has presented most of the things that are included in her budget, but I think it is good for us to just go through the list, each one. Let me also remind everyone when we're doing, this is the budget. Once the county auditor presents her things, and then I will present the items that we have discussed as well. These are all being presented as a whole. You will have to make a motion and have a second and a third vote to pull anything out or amend the budget. That would be anything going forward now will be an amendment to this budget. And at the end, we will vote on the final budget with amendments. So after we do ours that we have been working on for a long, long time, I will open it up to any commissioners or anything that you all have for amendments or whatever, and we will do up and down vote. And Constance will be ready in just a second. That's okay, Constance. Take your time. What are you looking for?
Would this be the time to go ahead and do Commissioner Pusley's motions?
It's at the end. Yeah.
Unless someone doesn't have anything else.
I just didn't want, when we open it up, we'll open it up to everything afterwards. Let Constance do hers with everything included, and then I've got the list here for
right, thank you, Judge
Okay.
Scott.
Just go through this list that you have, and I would list them off in the amounts, and if anybody has anything they want to stop you at, these are all
Okay.
pretty much required other than what we just did,
Yes,
so.
ma'am. So we have 22 items. Those are net zero. So we'll start with number 1 is the 10% cost of living adjustment for all employees. Law enforcement and the county court at law judges are excluded from this number because they are taken care of elsewhere. And that number is $5,144,349. Number 2 is the
Well, let me clarify first, because we keep saying not law enforcement, because there are some law enforcement that are included in this,
Okay.
just the ones that aren't a part of collective bargaining.
Okay,
Yes,
excuse
all
me.
employees are getting the 10%,
Yes,
so.
ma'am. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
So Judge, can I just ask?
Yes.
So are you, I apologize, so you're going to go through like all of these pages, or are we just supposed to say, I mean, because we all.
If you've got them in front of you and you want to, you can just pull something out if you want to pull it out, but that's
Look
fine
at it.
too.
I mean, I don't-
These are all pretty much that have been presented. The
Yeah,
next
we've
one
seen
is
it.
mine,
I
yes.
mean, if someone's got to change, they're going to make it, or if they don't, then we can.
We can do it that way if y'all want to too, however you want to do it.
No, there's just a lot of pages. I didn't know how many she was going to read.
Yes.
If you want a suggestion, why don't you do it like you do consent agenda? And
If you want to pull something out, good.
These items are included in the proposed.
These are
budget
already
book.
in the proposed budget book, all of these 22 items. So if you have something on there you wish to discuss further, then I would ask for it now.
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead. Commissioner Pusley, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, a couple of things. One, and this is very controversial, I know, but I just want to bring it up for discussion. We have a JP downstairs who is about to retire. And I've always been of the opinion whether or not we actually need 3 JP offices for precinct 1. And whether or not this might not be a good time to just eliminate that office, take the staff that's working for that retiring JP and split it up between the other 2 JPs that, we can look at how much each one of those other 2 JPs are doing and basically eliminate one office.
I don't have any information on what it takes to eliminate or if we even have that authority or what.
Well,
So you can ask for it if you get a second and the motion.
I don't think we have the authority to just do it, but I think if you look at it, Commissioner, although you have three JPs, if you look at the volume, most of the volume is here at the county courthouse. So how do we split the volume? Because people have a right to go work. What's more convenient to them and where they want to go. The only thing they're restricted by is the evictions, right? You got to go with that JP.
Yeah.
But as far as you have a JP downstairs, they'll probably have 80% of the volume, while the other JP will have maybe 20% or 10%. So I think we have to look at everything before we, is it feasible? I mean, I've always said you got to save somewhere, right? And then, because there's a couple other JPs that probably we don't need either, in the outer areas. But I think that we have to really look at that because I know I've been there and it's the volume downstairs.
No, I know you've been there, and I know there's a large volume in those departments. I just thought
And let me back it up just a second too for that. And I totally understand and your thoughts. I wish we had more information before today. But my opening this up was for if there was anything that is already included in the budget, somebody wanted to pull out of what Constance has already provided and we worked on.
Well, I do have some of that too.
Okay. So if
I didn't know where we were supposed to discuss this.
Yeah, those would be amendments later, but we've got to get all the work that Constance and Teresa and all of us have done first addressed, and then,
Okay.
yeah, this is how we normally do it.
But that it was done in Bexar County. If you can imagine, Bexar County only has 4 JP precincts. Only 4.
Bexar County has
County.
4?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
We have
Now,
9.
what is the rule on that?
There is no rule. I think you have to
Jenny,
have a minimum of 4.
Can you answer anything for us? And it is an open seat coming up, so if we're going to do something, it'd be better.
I thought we had asked Jenny to get some information for us on what it would take to close one.
We have some, we have not found the complete procedure, but the court does have the authority to create, abolish, change JP courts without proof of necessity, so long as it's not arbitrary and it's generally for the convenience of the people. So yes, you do have the authority. It can be done at any time during the budget cycle, is what we're seeing. So if it's not something that you choose to do today and you want us to prepare.
Well, but we have to do it.
Yeah, if it has to be done during the budget cycle, we've got to do
budget.
it
No,
today.
that's what it can be done at any point.
Oh, it doesn't have to be done
Correct.
during the budget cycle. It should be done fairly quickly if we intend to because of the open seats.
We
So
have people already campaigning. Yeah.
we
So
do
we gotta
have
hurry up.
people already campaigning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that doesn't mean you can't do it. That doesn't mean that's a reason not to do it. That just means people are
Yeah.
out there preparing.
Well, I've just always wondered why a county the size of Nueces County needs 9 JPs.
If San Antonio, Bexar County has 4. I
Yeah.
had no earthly idea
Wait,
of
we
that.
have 9?
I did not know
We have
that.
9.
And we have 9.
We back in the 90s, we had like 12 as a county.
Wow.
Yeah.
And were reduced. I mean, some of these other precincts had multiple JPs in their precincts. We scaled back. We were precinct 6, I think. We had 6 or more precincts, and we scaled down to 5 now. And so some of those precincts only have 1 JP. Some still have 2. Precinct 1 has 3. Precinct 2 has 3. We've
That's a great
shrunk over the
concept.
years. We have.
Good.
But I can understand.
Just for
geographical-
context, I don't know if I would support it, but just for context.
Well, you know, you can understand geographical limitations. For example, Port A, the island, Awadusi, you know, places that are way far away from this building.
Wow, that's a good point.
But for us to have 3 that are within a few miles of each other, I just have always wondered, well, do we need to have 2 here in this courthouse, or do we need to have 1 in this courthouse and wherever the volume's coming from somewhere else?
That's a good point.
But so anyway, and I apologize, Your Honor, I didn't know where we were supposed to.
That's okay.
Discuss this.
I was just baffled by
That's
that.
a
I
great-
hadn't heard. I think it's a good idea, but can we have Jenny bring us something at our next, I mean, if we're going to move forward with information like this, we're going to have to do it soon.
Yeah.
So what do we do then with the budgeted department that we're approving today?
We'll go back to the general fund because we don't spend it.
Well, no, can we do it then anyway? I mean, I think, because Commissioner Pusley, it's a great point. I mean, I didn't know we had, I should, but I didn't stop and count. That's a lot of JPs. Now, you know, it's going to be a matter then of where you put that workload, right?
Yeah.
Because some JPs are
Well, if you
busier than
remember,
others.
when I was here before, we looked at JPs, and we had the JP in Awadusi had more staff members than the JP in Robstown. So we didn't close the office in Awadusi, but we moved some of his staff over to Robstown because they were overloaded. And I think you were here, Brent, when we did that, but
maybe.
And I know Joe was. So anyway, and it's certainly something we can take a look at the volume that those 2 courts downstairs are handling compared to the one out in Calallen.
I think we would need all that information. I
just-
think that it's a great,
One of the things, though, the concept I think goes beyond the budget a little bit, but that term does not end until 12/31/26. So I get we need to make that, if we collectively as a court decide to do that, just with the caveat that it won't end until next year,
so the budget needs to
mid-fiscal,
stay. That's a
next
good
fiscal
point,
year.
too. I didn't realize.
And also mainly to indicate to any potential candidates that this
Don't
office is
sign
no
up,
longer
yes.
going to be funded.
I was
And
afraid
so
this
that,
was
I think
immediate
there's
and gonna
2
cause
parts
a
to that. So
problem.
I think, the Judge Santana has indicated, this is his last term, so it ends 12/31/26. So it doesn't, but if that's what the will of the court is, we got to let people know now before there's a filing of that position. So I think, yes, we need to have that discussion if that's what the court is looking at
Like
the next meeting at the latest.
when
Could we put this one back on the, because he's right.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect this year's budget because his term doesn't end until 26.
In January.
So then we
But
could
we
put this
can do
back on
that
in
at the
September.
October meeting because filing isn't until November, but the budget's going to
January,
stay the
do
same
something
until
for
next year, so,
January next year.
So is the retirement happening imminently?
no.
12/31/26.
Oh, okay.
So we have another year. We have to keep the budget in there.
But-
He's still in office.
I mean, if we're not going to fund it,
When
then.
are, when are y'all up, this year or next year?
26.
Next year, 26.
Okay, well then that's when it is.
Yes, yes.
We file in November, so we've got to decide it
We
quickly.
have time,
You'll have candidates
Yes.
for the primary.
and it will give them notice, so they're not out I thought they were out
I thought I heard
campaigning
somebody had
right
already
now,
filed
and we
for
were
it.
fixing to terminate it.
Already announced.
They
They've
can't
already
file
been
till
announced.
November.
There's a guy running.
They haven't done anything.
They're
They
not,
haven't
there's
done-
Can't file.
there's no official candidates.
Yes.
Okay.
No one has
You can't
filed.
file till November.
Well, and that gives us a chance to collect some data too on what
Absolutely.
the two are doing compared to the one in Cal Allen. Because you're right, Commissioner Gonzalez. I mean, I see the people down there in the hallway all the time. I know there's a large volume of people coming in and out of there. But if we had,
Maybe move on.
maybe some of those people live in Cal Allen, I don't know.
Good point, but for next meeting, so we've got a lot to discuss, not all.
I know.
Okay, sorry.
I'm moving on.
I'm going to keep
Can
everything.
I go to my
moving
next
today.
question? And I don't know,
So Commissioner, are you going to put that on as an agenda item for the next meeting? Is that what's going to happen? So it doesn't fall through the
Fall
cracks?
through
Are you
the
gonna-
cracks, yes.
Okay,
I can't.
it's a good
Kate
idea.
will put a note down too, and
Yeah.
Teresa,
So
yes.
we don't forget.
Sure.
October.
And while we're discussing that, I wanted to discuss, and if, Your Honor, if this is not the time to do it, I'll shut up and.
Anything that is on this attached sheet, if you wanted to pull something out for discussion on the included proposed budget.
You say attached sheet, what are we
There's
talking
an included proposed budget. It should be, they had it up on our screens a little
about?
while
About
ago, I
this
thought.
budget?
No, this one.
No, this,
Oh, that thing.
yes.
Okay, all right.
That's what, if there's something you wish to pull out of there that you don't want included, most of these are really pretty much have tos. We don't have a choice in much of anything.
It's a separate attachment.
Yeah, that's this one here.
Right there, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if there's anything there that any commissioner wishes to pull out, you need a motion and a second and discussion to see if it gets approved to pull it out of the budget. Because these are already in the budget book. These are already.
What about this, like, stuff like this that we need to vote on separately, right? The proposed budget?
That's in the next one. That's in mine.
Right.
Yes, yes.
So then,
So just this sheet alone right now, and it looks like everyone is fine with the COLA, statutory judicial requirements, continuance pay, controlled budget increase, voter focus, vector control, public defender's office,
No.
health insurance.
Vector control.
Then you got to pull it out. You need a motion and a second to pull it out. This is going into the general fund to be paid for vector control. You're saying you don't want vector control?
No, I want to pull it out. I'm still going to try to pay from somewhere else, but
Well, it's
I'll
your
second.
motion.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Now, where are you thinking you would
well,
want?
again, since we raised the 1.7, whatever it was, to 1.8, why don't we get the 300,000 from vector control, which they used to pay, and give them a balance of 1.5?
The hospital district pays the 1.8, and they have already said no on multiple
Well, I'm talking
occasions.
about the monies they give to the health district, right? That's separate monies.
It's the hospital district's contract. We can't take it out of their money. Yes.
Well, it's not
They
coming out
have
of their
told
money,
us
it's coming
no.
out of the money that's designated for the hospital, for the health district.
but it's they pay for it.
I know.
And they can only pay, they said, for medical issues one-on-one. Mr. Hipp, we've asked him, sir, and they used to do it. So I asked with you why they didn't. In fact, I called him and asked him if he would include it as well. But they said they found out they shouldn't have been doing it. They're not allowed to do it, and they've said no on multiple occasions. So that is, the hospital district pays the city-county health portion. That is their funding that comes for that, and they can't use their funding on it. So I put it in the budget because I know it's important and we needed to keep it. So, yes.
Yeah. All right, I guess you guys don't want 300,000, I guess so.
We do, but we tried. We have all tried. You tried, I tried. So are you withdrawing your motion to pull it out? Yes, leave it in there.
I don't know if I, you know, like, I don't know. I'm kind of in between where they, again, and I'll bring this up again. I know that he said no, but again, you know, they have the budget for the opiates too. They, you know, it's not restricted. You know, tobacco is not restricted because we use tobacco for everything, you know. So he can say whatever he wants to say, right? I mean, but I think if we need to say, hey, well, give us, I'd like to have a copy of what says for the tobacco and from the opiates says we can't use it for that money.
Okay.
I mean,
For vector control?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a state law preventing that?
He's asking for the hospital district to pay out of their opioids, but the hospital district has said on multiple occasions they are not paying for vector control. So my problem is if we pull it out on the wish that they will pay for it, then we won't have it in our budget either.
Well,
it's not going to be, then we won't have
we
vector
have
control.
contingency that maybe there's a clause there that says they can pay for it?
I think if you talk them into picking it up, I think we can always pull it out of the general fund, but that will be more money to go to us.
And can we, I know Mr. Hip's not here, but maybe Jenny or Constance or Teresa can help us. Was that a policy decision or was that a legal decision that that board made? Does anyone know?
They said it was
That
legal.
was my question.
They said it was legal. They said they have to do one-to-one person.
They said it was a legal decision.
Everything they do is not
Regardless of the legality,
It's their money.
the board has the discretion to vote to do or not to do that thing and expend it. So, Commissioner, it's kind of,
They claimed it was
it's two question. I mean, it's two different questions, and
Take it to the board?
I think
board
it has
voted.
gone to the board, and
No.
the board has voted.
I think it's gone to the board.
He stated the board voted, and
The board voted to approve their
Yes.
budget. They've said in the past that they legally, that this is what they've said. I'm not saying I know that's
Agree
right.
or
They've said in the
agree.
past that they don't believe they can legally do it, and that the board voted and adopted the budget without vector control in it. That's what those been represented.
Yes.
Well, how about this? How about we leave it in the general fund for now, and we can, and if we, and Commissioner, if you want
You'd
to
have to
submit
withdraw
something
your-
to them in writing to ask them to reimburse us, we can do that.
I would be in
Yeah,
favor
I just need to check what the other two pots of money say in their guidelines.
But vector control is important. We need
Oh, yeah, we
it
gotta have
somewhere.
So we have to leave
We have to
it
fund it.
in unless you get it. So we
No,
need to
I'll
leave
leave
it
it
in.
in. I mean,
Are
I'm
you
not-
withdrawing your motion then?
yeah, I'm not
Okay,
taking it
okay,
out.
okay.
Let's take it out, and then we can ask them one more
Withdraw
time.
his motion. Don't take it out. It's staying in the
Staying in the
general
general fund
budget.
budget.
Yes.
And we
yes.
can, you know,
We keep saying whatever the Commissioners Court tells us to do, we'll do, but, you know. But
I
anyway,
think
that's
it's
good.
because they say
I'll
it's
leave it in.
legal.
I'll leave it in.
So then, this is an over $10,000 request for funding from another governmental entity.
Right.
So has there been a motion or a request from the court to allow the commissioner to go to the hospital district for that funding?
No, I think right now, Jim, we need to know what those two funds first, what they say, you know,
What two funds say?
the restricted tobacco and the opiates.
Well, we have tobacco, we have an opioid
I have not
settlements
tobacco,
too.
but, you know, I don't know how much we're getting from the opiates, you know, so, I mean, we didn't mention it today, how much it was, but, I mean, but if it can come from them, I mean, I'm just,
I'd rather go to them and ask for things that might be a little easier to get than this one because they feel pretty set in this one. Like, you know, maybe we ought to go ask them for money to help pay for the public defender's office because that's indigent care too. That might be legitimate that we could pick some. I'm just saying they're pretty dead set in this one, and I think the county needs to be paying for vector control anyway. I mean, I think
they were independently elected or appointed, but.
Yeah.
Do what?
If only they were independently elected or appointed, which they're not, so
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah, I just don't think they ought to be doing vector control. I wouldn't, even if it was, I mean, I think that's a
This is
county.
still discussion that we don't have an answer for now. We are going to
Well,
leave it in our
go ahead and
budget for
leave it
now.
on, leave it on,
Yes,
Judge.
yes.
And then we'll come back and look at it, Jenny. I think maybe if we can get those two scope of whatever requirements are, you know, then look at it, see what binds us from not doing it, or from, you know, if it's opiates and we got enough money, maybe we do it from the opiates. I don't know. But because opiates is an additional funds that we get, it's not part of our general fund yet until we get it. But
Okay, Commissioner, as far as I will talk, we kind of got a chicken and an egg thing going here, Commissioner. I talk with you offline about this. Okay.
yeah. Okay, we'll leave it on there for
Okay, then moving on, since there's nothing else that was pulled out for discussion in that first one, then you have the county judge's proposal. This total, most or all is zero. The total on these proposals is 100. I'm sorry. But we're doing amendments to the proposed budget.
Nobody's made any.
Uh-huh. I thought we were doing all three because we're doing amendments. We're doing all three at once. Mm-hmm. Okay.
No,
We do it with amendments because we're adding amendments. And then the commissioners are going to have amendments after mine. So that's how.
You definitely got to do amendments before you vote.
These are all in. This is going forward as the budget. And then now the first set of amendments is my proposed changes that I have worked with our budget office on.
No, those aren't amendments, Judge. That's part of your budget.
Yeah,
You said it's in the budget.
It's
So we don't
part
have
of
to,
this.
we don't have to vote on that because it's already in the budget.
In the budget right now?
Just said it was. Yeah.
What's in the budget right now?
Okay. Those,
who's on first?
And after you approve the proposed, then we want to have the amendments to the proposed.
what amendments?
The county judges has a list of amendments.
Other than this?
Other than this, they're small. It is this is the way we put it because believe me, this budget has been thrown together the last minute. Everything that went together has not gone.
Oh, you didn't
All
get
the
those
amendments.
in.
I
I
did
see
a
what you're saying.
list with my amendments after I present my amendments, just like we presented Constance's that are already in there. You could have pulled them because the budget book is not finalized. We had the discussion on the vector control. Now we're doing mine, and then after I finish these, we're going to allow the commissioners to do theirs, and then we will vote on the budget as amended. Okay? Thank you.
We're going to your amendments.
This, mine, and we have talked about most of it. We had, the auditor was already changed mid-year. The assistant auditor, if you'll go down the list, you all received these as well. The amount of these changes, we talked about these.
Somebody tell me what page you're on?
This is another one of those.
It's one of these.
I know, I've
Page
got it
3.
here. Which page?
18, 19, 20?
No, it's page 1 of the county judge's proposed budget
Says
amendment.
at the top, county judge proposed increase 130,316.
Make a motion to pass the.
I'd like to respectfully request from now when we put these books together that we number the pages so we know what page we're on.
Different ways, okay.
So just for discussion, I
Just
would
for
make a motion to
discussion.
pass the county judge proposed amendments, just to open it for discussion. All of them, just for
Just for
discussion.
discussion,
Just
for
like we
the,
always
and this
do.
is just like the other consent one.
Right.
If you have an item you want to pull out for further discussion, this is, most of these have been talked about. We have talked about moving the payroll to the HR department. We we have already previously voted before the end of this year to move the budget to the County Judge and Commissioners Court Budget Office, with Constance being the director or the budget officer and Teresa being the first assistant there. Those changes are all very minimal, mostly zero. One of the things that was discussed is using GrantWorks to go out and do our grants for the county, because we have constantly, every one of you, and I tried to take all of this stuff into consideration, every one of you that have brought up things throughout the year, like the airport manager, the new pay scale, the human resources director got a little stipend because he's getting payroll moved into there, the animal services manager, because our department heads were being paid less. On down here on number 6, the department's closure, we have been in meetings with them, we talked to them, and we each one of you said we wanted a more aggressive grants team. We are proposing to move our grants paperwork stuff to Grant Works, who has done an excellent job on our managing our major projects with ARPA funds, and giving Scott Cross a stipend to see if he could go out, and he is so aggressive for the coastal parks, but do it what he does for the whole county, with a first assistant over there getting a small stipend as well, to see how this works out, to go and address going after grants. This county has got to go after grants. When you saw our budget proposals earlier, 85% of our budget is property tax revenues. Our ARPA funds are about to end. These projects are going to end. We do have some MITMOD projects coming up, but most grants are going after these things, and writing and approval can take from anywhere to 6 months to a year. We should be going after these things right now so that in the next year we can fund projects and in the future, but we are missing out on a lot of opportunities. I know at the airport, you guys had a meeting with TxDOT. They told us the same thing. There is all kinds of opportunities out there. So this was my proposal to take care of that. I did meet with the grants department and tell them this is not a surprise to them on air today. They were told several weeks ago. Anna even came in and asked about talking to her staff. I told her, absolutely, I don't want people to hear this, but this is something that's been mentioned in this court time and time again. We had the meeting in court. We're moving the custodian from constable out of Public Works out there to the island. They had trouble with Public Works sending their custodian that only works part-time, half a day. They were saying they didn't like him going in the building because it was a liability issue. They're all county buildings. There's no liability issue. The fact that they're all going to be moving into the new building with the JP, with the court, and over there at Port Aransas, there will be a lot more for this individual to do just on this half day with working over there. Let me see. There's also a transfer to the Sheriff's Department. He came in. If you'll see in your backup material, there's support for each one of these items. The Sheriff came in. We're in, I believe, I don't have it in front of my page here, but he asked for these positions. He gave these positions up to Public Works so that they could provide mechanical and people for his building, and they were never provided in his building, so he asked for those positions back. And one has the 3 that are open. I believe there was one that position was filled that would be transferring. The district attorney's office asked for these. This is a zero thing creating this because we have so many murderers in there. He needs a high profile attorney to handle those cases. So anybody has any other discussion that you want to pull something out, but these are not new items. Maybe the list is new, but we've talked about these throughout the year, and I listened to each of you on the requests that you wanted and items that were important to you as well. I don't know why this continuance, oh, this was on the front, sorry. I was on the wrong page. I just looked down, it's like that shouldn't be on there.
We're talking about page 1 and 2 only right now.
Yes, 1 and 2 only, and the total amount of those changes that I'm asking on top of the first page that the auditor presented is $130,316. There is only, with the first assistant auditor, with the department heads, and with the new county judge and commissioner's court budget, those 2 small stipend changes. So that is where the $130,000 comes up. The rest are all zero-based changes. So if no one has anything to pull out of there for further discussion, then I would open it up to the commissioners next. If
we need to vote on that, Judge.
We didn't vote on the other. These are just added.
You have to vote amendments onto the
You're saying that
We're
all.
approving everything, and we will vote on the final, unless you pull it out to vote it down, it's included is what just
Well,
like
but-
we did on the first.
Yeah, but you said these were not in the budget book. So if we're going to amend the budget, then we have to.
Okay,
to vote
you
on
have
these.
a motion, you said
Yes,
you have,
ma'am.
I'll second the motion, so. All those in favor say aye.
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 No, because I don't know what we're doing.
He's voting for the county judge proposed amendments.
Well, can we talk about it first?
That's what I just asked, and nobody
Well,
said anything.
Every time I try to,
Can we go one step at a time, one by one?
yeah, please.
Okay.
We're jumping around from one to the other one. I don't agree with about three of them, but I just need to. we
Okay,
can
well, let's
down.
go down the list one by one, everybody. Number one, the county auditor. The first assistant auditor, they've asked to move that pay up. That is a total of $40,139. The auditor and the first assistant, both as the district court judges, we need a qualified person in there to help clean up the mess. We previously did the auditor because of the emergency item and having that position open. So that's the only reason the auditor is not listed on here.
But that one, is that one already in the budget, Judge? I mean, I thought
These
in
are
additional,
additions.
in additional to the budget.
Yes.
The county
These-
auditor, I'm sorry, Judge.
The
county-
total, yes, the total on the first part for the voter, the tax is $11,582,586. If we already did the tax increase. With the included items in the budget, that comes to $10,790,000. The available balance we have is $792,374. The total of these proposed changes that are not included in the budget, this number one would be an additional $40,139
$40,100.
for the first assistant auditor, yes. If anyone
And
wishes,
that was the request of the judges?
that was request of the Board of Judges upstairs and myself and the budget office, yes. To get a qualified person in there to work in the auditor's office. Just like number two, unless someone has a question about that, if y'all want to talk anymore, go ahead. Commissioner Pusley, sorry.
Okay.
You called him Chesney.
My question wasn't so much to go through each one individually. I just had a question about, up at the top, it says the total increase is $130,316. So I'm assuming that what that means is taking items 1 through 10, the net effect of all of that is
Yes.
an increase of $130,000.
Everything else is a zero. The
Then
number
why does it show as
one,
a negative down here where it says county judge proposed budget amendments? Looks like it's a deduct instead of an addition. Where?
that's deducting from the balance remaining on the first ones that are included in the budget with the tax rate. We're going by that number because we aren't confident with what the remaining balance is. So on the first page, the front page that is included in the budget was the $10,790,212. Do y'all have that balance on the side? If you deduct that from the $11,582,586, the balance that we have remaining working with just the tax increase that we voted on today is the $792,374. And then you deduct the $130,360 with my proposal, that gives you a balance to work with still of $662,058.
Yeah, yeah.
10 million.
Yeah, okay. I don't know, that's a weird way to show it, but I guess I won't argue.
The only three items that are a cost to the budget that are not a net zero increase is item number one, item number two, and item number 4. Everything else is a transfer from another budget, is a zero-based increase.
We had mine.
It's a reclassification, and we can do that afterwards. We change the rules, okay? If you don't want to go through each one, is there anyone else that wants to bring up any one of these numbers? Do you want to do something? Go ahead. You're next.
So you
Yes,
just
go
want
ahead.
to talk, we're just talking about the budget proposal discussion, that section, right?
Mhm.
Page 2. We haven't gone into the additional budget discussions, or are we also?
This is amendments to the budget that is already included with Constance's. This page.
Maybe looking at a different document.
You might be.
Yeah. I'm looking at the handout that was given to me in my packet, what I assume was from today. Maybe this was an older one.
Does he
Well,
not have this package? The
Is it
black
in the
binder?
binder?
This binder here
Oh,
on this
this
side. Maybe.
Many binders up here.
I know, too many binders.
Oh, there we go. Oh.
That's what constant, now it makes sense. Okay, sorry.
I'm looking at another one.
No
It
one-
matched up
I was
most of what
like,
you said, but that's
am
why
I
I
the
got a
only
little
one looking at
confused. Okay.
And then this page that has the total of 133,160 at the top, this is the one you're looking for. Everything else is included. Now we're asking to include this in the budget moving forward. If y'all want to take a couple more minutes to look through it and see if you want to bring anything up. Otherwise, then we will open for other amendments, which would be when you would want to bring up that IT and auditor stuff you were talking about, Commissioner Pusley.
So now we're on the discussion of the items for inclusion.
Yes.
The back pages here in this book, which would be the
It's
general fund
the-
transfer to special revenue outside agency.
No, this is the county judge proposed budget amendments, total increase, 130,316.
Okay, we're still on that.
Yeah, well, no one has said we're ready to move forward, so I'm still waiting.
I'm
in
ready to
case-
move forward.
Okay,
Go ahead.
everybody else ready to move forward?
You and
Yes.
you put a lot of time and effort into this.
We
so-
have put a lot of time, and we listened to everybody. These are discussions that happened throughout the year, and we heard the concerns. That's the reason these items were selected, yes.
No, I have no problem with the
Yeah.
items.
Mhm.
I just don't understand.
The way it's
why you did
presented,
the
there's
math.
probably a better way.
I just wanted to share, my only concern is under item 2 with department head salary adjustments. I agree with them. I think we're trying to catch up. Animal Services, I feel confident in who was appointed a few months back. I think this pay change could have made a difference in the applicant pool, and we could have gotten other people, and that our current manager is not competent and fully aware and spent many years doing this work. I think we just could have gotten additional applicants, which to me is always a plus to vet and to interview. But we are getting ahead of the game on the airport manager because I think that's important. So we're still in that process. So I think that will be helpful for us to maybe be able to recruit someone. We have a kind of pretty stringent requirement on at least the way it was currently written up. And of course, our HR director, we know that there's going to be more put on to him.
Or more employees.
And more employees. So I get that there's an increase there. But other than that, I just wanted to comment on that, but I support the rest. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I don't really agree with number 6.
Number 6, the grants.
I think you and I talked about that, Judge. You and I talked about it, and I told you how I feel about it, but, it didn't say there that it's going to be
a temporary,
or it didn't say, 6 months we do a reval, see what transpired, and or what's in the pipeline. I don't think we can just leave that open.
Well, and I'll tell you the reason and what I hoped would help you with that is because we didn't give him a position. We just gave a stipend to the person helping him, and we can always address that next year. If the results aren't there, then we will have to go somewhere else. It was just a stipend to the first assistant and a stipend to him, but he knows that he is going to have to perform, and I think he is proven that throughout the county in the Coastal Parks Division, and I think he will understand that that's exactly what we're going to expect of him on the other side of the county as well.
So the stipend will be 12,500 for the assistant?
Yes, instead of giving him an employee to help him, GrantWorks will manage all this. The assistant will help him with writing and doing.
And the stipend for him is 48,000?
Mm-hmm.
No. The stipend, he already makes a certain amount. That's not.
He makes a certain amount, and just getting him up.
Oh, did you say 48? I'm
yes.
Sorry. Oh, my
yes.
apologies.
Yes.
My apologies. But
it says here 48. So.
Right. I thought you said 148. My apologies.
No.
You know, and we're not talking about grants that he gets now, right? I mean,
no,
because,
this is additional grants.
Are not
exactly.
Really grants he researches. The grants that come every year or 2 years, you know, and they notify him, say, hey, here they are, we're going to apply or not.
We're talking additional grants that the county is going to be expecting, which all of us, I think each commissioner has been asking for, looking for grants, the different departments, and we have seen where Scott does that and does that well. And that is why we would like to give him the opportunity to go after those for the rest of the county.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to contract a grant writer and so you get a percentage if you get?
Well, grant writers don't really know the county as well as he does, and I think Scott has a history, and he was excited about doing it. I think he did it with Matas and some of them anyway.
Well, but the thing is, the grant people are going to be working under him. Is that what it is?
GrantWorks will be handling. The grants department would be closed down.
This is a consolidation that saves the county
yes.
$313,390.
It's a consolidation. So where? That's what I'm saying. Those people that are in the grants, so they're going where?
They would apply for. There will be a position in the auditor's office potentially, or they would apply for a position somewhere else here in the county.
So GrantWorks
would take over the management. Yes.
So 250,000. So that's how do we come up with that? If I guess that's what we're going to vote today for that. I mean,
Constance and Teresa had meetings with GrantWorks about that, and to finish out the grants, since we still have grants that are from and management on COVID and other things. There are all kinds of things that so it's actually the grants upstairs was more, they agreed to a lesser amount because they would go after these grants for us, and the grants that Scott Cross and GrantWorks and them would be going after in the future, hopefully they would focus, as what they both said, on the grants with management included in the grant, where it would pay for themselves as well.
I mean, at first, we even could be asking for new positions, and I would have probably thrown in a couple of positions in there, but, okay, that one, it's hard for me to work with that one, but.
I thought we met, and I thought you were happy with GrantWorks doing that.
We said talk about 25 to 30.
You wanted it to be a 6-month trial for Scott Cross, and I understand that.
And then
but I think we should give him a year because
get submitted for a year. That's all right. I mean, you work on it, but even if you submit it, we're not going to see nothing for another 2 years, maybe 2 years.
Well, I hope we see a lot sooner than that.
Yeah, well, I hope so too, but you think that's the way most of your grants work, you get it.
But I think this would definitely be readdressed in a year. We would want to see results. I know you were asking for 6 months, and I thought a year was better.
We dissolve it or what?
We go and let GrantWorks do it all, or find somebody else that can do it, somebody that's doing a better job.
That's what I'm saying.
We have to go after grants.
But I'm just saying that dissolves after a year. It's not working.
Well, this is a budgeted item. We can take it away next year. This is only.
So the stipend is a budgeted item?
Mm-hmm. If he is not performing this duty, just like the grants upstairs, it would go away. We would take it back.
Then you got the number 7. You got another job.
That is a grant funded, and he has been made fully aware. The Go Mesa Fund, the position is noted, it is funded by a grant. When the grant goes away, which all of our employees have been told time and time again, and we will reiterate, when the grant goes away and there's no funding for the individual. And one thing that we have found out too, and something else that we have noted, is a lot of these people, when you fund a position by grant, what we aren't taking into account, and we are now doing moving forward, is we have payouts. When people are with us for 2 years, they have time accrued, they have sick leave, they have vacation time. All of this stuff needs to be included in that position. But if you're saying this is a zero increase, and it needs to be zero increase to the county, it has to include everything. We're now going to have to go back, and one of our updates at another meeting is our leftover ARPA funds to potentially make up for those 7 positions that we have on there that we didn't take that into account previously.
That's the only thing I have.
Okay. Then moving forward, it is open for commissioners next. If you have something that you wish to be considered to propose.
We need to vote on that. You have a motion on the floor in a second.
We have a motion and a second on the county judge and budget office proposed amendments. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, but I'm not in support of 6.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Do you need a note for that?
Is that an eye? Is that a eye and a half, or
Half an eye?
half an eye?
3/4 of an eye.
Sorry, man, just
That's okay, we understand, yes.
can't get my head.
I totally understand, Commissioner, sorry. Yes.
But it's as a whole.
Yes, as a whole, yes. Okay, then we have some other discussions, but I think there are some other amendments. If there is something that a commissioner that we haven't put up, and then for a final amendment, I have some other things that we have talked about in the budget office that we think should be maybe contingency amendment. Yes.
Your Honor, and I don't know, I'm still a little confused
I know, sorry.
about where we put this in, but
This is now. You're
one
good.
of the things I'd like to do is put something in here for the possibility of hiring a clerk at the airport. Is that where we talk about?
Yeah,
Right
if you
now?
want to add that, yes, this would be now. I know y'all's
We,
discussions, yes.
you know, we're going to hire a new airport manager, and as Commissioner Morris stated this by doing this change in the manager's pay out there. We're pretty confident that's going to help us find someone. But a great deal of the paperwork and things that are required by that airport now are being handled by Teresa and some of the other ladies. Peyton's helped out, and so we think that it's very applicable that we budget some money in here for some clerical help at the airport on a full-time basis.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any idea? And I totally agree, because Teresa and Tara, our office staff, have done their contracts, done their invoicing, everything for a long time. If we're going to go aggressive out there, they have to have a staff as well, at least one person to be able to keep track
And
of that
I have
stuff.
no idea what to set that at.
Right, I think you were going to maybe put some extra money into a contingency.
Yes.
Because we don't know, and then
We
we
don't
can come
know.
back and do that with the other ones that we've got to clean up
Just
later
to
too.
add
So,
this
And
to
that's fine
those.
with me. If we
but
want to
I
do it
don't know what
way.
that is either. I mean, I don't know how to do that.
They can look up what the clerk staff is, the pay scale.
But I
right
mean, you
now.
may decide to do something completely different. I mean,
Yes.
and I think there was another department you were talking about too, maybe.
Yes.
So
IT.
I don't know how to do it. I mean, to put some sort of contingency in that,
I say,
I don't know what to do either.
Or just maybe the list the positions where, and just say that it has to work within the contingency money that we have set aside.
Is it a full-time position, temp, or what? Full-time?
be a
That'd be a
full-time
full-time
position.
clerical person.
Yeah, I don't know how to put it in.
Motion is second. What is the motion?
We're not sure yet.
Who added
Well, I
the
made one, yeah.
clerical position? There was a motion and a second. You made it, and
Yeah,
Commissioner
well, I did
Gonzalez
make a motion.
seconded.
Yeah, we have a
To
motion.
add a clerk at the airport.
Basically, had a clerical staff, full-time clerical person at the county airport. And Commissioner Gonzalez seconded it.
Is that with the contingency money?
And I guess we need to put wording in the motion, Your Honor. And
anywhere from, they're looking up the pay scales.
So
Can we
are
do like a
looking like a
scale?
senior clerk, administrative clerk, like the assistants for the court members or
What's below, what's right below that? Like a
Just a clerk.
just a clerk, like our
administrative
Administrative assistant
executive
kind of thing.
assistant,
Yeah.
yes.
If you get any lower than that, you won't be able to hire
Right.
anybody.
The JP's clerks and.
They got to drive all the way out there unless we hire somebody that lives in Robstown.
Yeah.
What, 45K?
I would just say up to what our up to, but under that, or up to that, where our
Yeah.
administrative.
Let's see, we've got a list here of what that's
Yes.
going to be for this year somewhere. Let me bring mine up here. Let's see, it's broken down over here.
I think they usually can pull these up very quickly. I think what the problem is the 10% changing October 1. Is this before the 10% or after? They're going to be hired afterwards, so it's going to be a higher amount. So just what is Deandra in our office? What number is that? 23? Level 23? That's what I would assume. Yes, yes.
That's a pay group 23.
Okay. So we can say up to a pay group 23 at least, and moving forward, that's flexibility in that. She is our front desk person in the county judge's office. Then you have a motion and a second. Do we need to vote on that?
Just discussion, yeah, I guess, okay,
I'll
so,
include
Go
that,
ahead, discussion.
and include that level in my motion.
I guess just the questions that I would caution is, that's considered a fairly good level position in the county, and can't just be someone that's answering phones. It's got to be someone that's really got some qualifications to do some tasks and things like that.
Contracts, tasks.
As long as that's what we're talking about.
Absolutely. No,
Right.
they're wanting to be more aggressive out there going after grants, and there's paperwork,
They're
documentation.
going to be doing grant submissions.
Butterfly
They're gonna be doing
Yes.
all the clerical stuff involved, and we have to do all the paperwork with TCEQ for the fueling stations.
Mr. Gonzalez wants some directing traffic out there. Is that okay? But I mean,
For perspective, paralegals in our office come in at levels 20, 18.
I think
So just for
20
people with that kind of training,
Okay.
to compare and give you perspective.
So why don't we do 20 to 23 to be discussed if it depends on how we do the job description, what they're going to be handling.
Well, and I think the question, you said grants, but are we not trying to kind of coordinate grants all under one area now?
Well, these grants are handled, this is through Aviation, so it's a completely separate deal.
Well, right, but I'd rather have a high-level person doing grant. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there because that's why we just made the decision to move Scott over to where he can do grants.
Well, we can certainly
for the
do
whole
that.
county. Like I would,
It would be countywide, what Scott would be doing.
yeah, I would,
Well,
yeah, that's, I
I
would
mean,
think.
yeah, we're going to venture into that debate. I agree. I mean, that's,
Sure.
to me, why we should have one person leading that effort for all departments. I get,
Right.
different departments are larger than others, and some are very proactive. But, yeah, we need to.
But let's
at
be
least
clear, Scott's going to be
organize
going
it.
after them, but Grant Works is going to be managing. Yes,
Right,
okay.
but but I mean,
Yeah.
the point is, I thought we were trying to centralize where all the grants, as the best we can. I get that certain departments can.
That
but
was just
at least-
one thing I mentioned. That's
Okay.
not all they're
No,
going to be
right,
doing.
I get it. I'm a little worried about the level that we're putting that person in based on what Jenny just said, and maybe I think that's a little high, but, I mean,
You are out there in the middle of nowhere and a woman out there by herself if the director isn't out there too. It's like, I think finding someone to fill that position, I'm not disagreeing with the 20 or anything,
why
but,
wouldn't the director be there?
well, I hope he is, but,
I'm not so sure it's going
Ben's
to be a
here.
woman.
Well, that's true. It could be a male doing both. It could be.
Yeah, we can't, I mean,
It may be better suited
for someone to sit.
You aren't in like a big office, though, is what I'm talking about. You're there a lot out, and yes. How about we do like we talked about earlier? All these positions, we just set the contingency for them. There is, like in the balance remain, what other positions are we talking about? We're not sure what all is going to be needed with IT. And we're not sure that the auditor's office, once the new auditor comes in, is going to need. So can we set
Can I make a suggestion? What do we set aside for our contingency? Maybe we should do this not on position, because I think we need to really evaluate what's needed, and I don't think we have really time to do that today, because I'd like to hear from Commissioners Pusley and Matas when they get a plan to come forward. What do we have in the budget? I can't remember if someone can point me to it for the contingency, because I thought we were just going to look at increasing the contingency a percentage amount and then figure this out later, because otherwise.
That's a good point. Or we'll be here all night trying to nickel and dime it. You're right.
And we
yes.
really haven't spent any time develop, like you said, what are we doing with IT? What do we?
Yeah.
So how much do we have currently in the contingency, Teresa? Or Constance?
It's on page 29 of our proposed book. We increased it to $5 million, so you have $5 million in contingency from 2 to 5.
That increase is also there because of the uncertainty and what the numbers we were presented with is why we did that.
What page did you
29.
In your budget book.
So we've increased the contingency from 2.6 to 4.7? No, wait, this says 9. Wait, hold on.
It was
It's on page 29, right? It was 2 million.
General fund appropriations? No. Am I looking at the right 29?
Yes, page 29, 1285,
What is it?
reserve appropriations.
Yeah, 1285. This says the budget for this year is $9 million.
No, it wasn't. The book is wrong.
1285 general administration? No?
Talking about page 29 of this book?
It's 5 million on page 29. If you look at budget 25, the second to the last column, and go across to reserve appropriations, 5 million.
2 to 3.
So, what is it?
Oh, this is.
9,028,000. What's that number?
That's the total budget.
So we.
For general
All
admin.
appropriations.
For general admin.
Okay.
This is the total.
So reserve appropriations was 2 million, and we went to 5.
Yes.
So we upped it to 3.
Yes.
And we don't think that's enough to cover,
It should
like,
be.
without doing anything? Like, we could say, we're going to spend money out of the contingency once Commissioner Pusley Matas come back with airport, and once Commissioner Pusley comes back with proposal on IT, and that should cover it.
Even
Y'all
with
just
the
increase-
healthcare that we increased, that we had to pay $3 million in December last year, are we not concerned about this year?
I mean, that was
Well, that's
taken
what the
care of
reserves
at
are
the end
for,
of 24, yeah.
right?
I think we're okay.
That's what, that came out of our reserves, right?
2 million.
That's not out of contingency.
I didn't think we could spend anything that wasn't budgeted out of reserves for that until the end
If
of
it's
the
an
year.
emergency, that's what reserves
Oh,
are
it's an
for.
emergency. Healthcare is an emergency.
If you go over budget.
If you don't budget appropriately.
You go over budget because you
Okay.
got
It
all
has to
these
be in
claims.
contingency.
Okay.
I think it was
Okay.
in contingency.
It was in
Can you hear me,
contingency is why, yes.
Constance, I can't hear what you're saying at all.
It was in contingency.
We didn't have 3 million. We only had 2
From year
points.
before last.
Pardon?
Year before
Was
last.
it year before last?
I think
The
it was.
current year, we have 2 million.
Sorry?
The current year, we have 2 million in contingency, and the increase is 3 mil for next year,
Make it 5 million.
for 5 million
Right,
total.
but those overages, I thought, came out of the general fund reserves. Because we only had 2 million and we paid 3 million over, so that's not adding up for me.
Is the overages the loan? Is that what you're talking about, the loan?
Well, there's That came out of the
That
reserve.
came out of the reserve.
That came out of the reserve, sorry.
So that wasn't budgeted either. I mean, in other words, reserves are there in case of situations that you don't anticipate, which are things like overages in healthcare, anything that you don't anticipate that if it comes back, that's what you can use reserves for, is what I've been understanding all these years.
No, you're correct.
And you have contingency also for things.
You can go over your budgeted amount if you don't, just because we didn't plan for it. I thought the.
No, it has to be, I'm sorry, it has to be budgeted in your
Yes,
contingency.
or unless
Not from general fund
prudent
reserve.
financial planning could not have.
If someone has cancer and we go over budget, that's an urgent situation. The reason that we don't budget correctly is someone has a claim that we didn't anticipate and couldn't have anticipated based on history. You're telling me that can't come out of the general fund reserves?
From my understanding, for county budgets, everything has to be appropriated before you can spend it. That's why we put money in contingencies, to be able to spend in case there's an emergency.
It's the 3.
It's different from municipal government, from my understanding.
From your understanding, okay, are you sure? Don't hedge on me. I need you to be 100%.
we don't have a
I'll defer to
person
Jenny on
here
that then.
to-
She can find the
Because
statute.
I don't want to get you in a spot where you're telling me the wrong thing, because I know you're
Okay.
not trying to, but that's what needs to be understood. So, but back to this, you've increased the contingency to 5 million by 3 million. We can either use that as what Commissioner Pustin and Matas want to do, or we can increase the contingency another X amount and then figure it out later. That would be the two options I would think at this point we're sitting here looking at. So what's the preference?
I feel like it's covered.
Think 5 million's enough to cover what we're going to need to do, or do we need to increase the contingency? Well, y'all are the I don't know.
I would recommend leaving it at the 5 million.
Okay, and just making a motion that whatever we do with IT and the airport
auditor's
would come
office.
out of the contingency so that
Yes,
that is
sir.
budgeted.
That
We
would
can,
be fine.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
If
That
that's
would
what
work.
everybody
Oh, we need
prefers.
it.
You
Yes.
said leave it at the 5 million?
Okay,
And,
so
and what, other than what we're talking about doing, what else do we think would possibly come out of there? What typically comes out of there?
Well, at this point, we're not really sure because we haven't closed the 24 books. So
why
we just want to have a little cushion in case there's something that we have to
They're
pay
going to hear
for.
the numbers.
Thank you.
that's what, I mean, that's as big a contingency as I think we've had since I've been here. So that seems to be safe, but I'm open to, I'm just throwing it out, guys. Just, anybody can jump in.
I'm okay. I mean, we could say 7 million.
If you don't spend it, it has to come here for contingency. If you don't spend it, at least we're covered. But
Yeah.
I worry if we have another
Yeah,
health insurance problem, I worry about that.
But where are you going to get the extra? In other words, usually when you present a budget, if you put something else in, you got to take something out. So what are you taking out?
I was.
Right? Am I wrong on that?
No, you're not. We were only going by the voter approved today. So if we went over that, which this would put us over, then we would have to take it out of the 32 million that they're saying the balance is right now, that we all know is not correct.
Fund balance.
Yeah.
Comes out of fund balance. It's got to come out of fund balance. Where else?
So at this
But
point,
having it there would be better than not having it there. That's the
How
reason
about
I
this?
increased to 5.
how about this? How about we make a motion, assuming that the sale of the land goes through, that $1 million of that sale of the land goes into this contingency, and call it a day.
So make it 6 million.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Which
Okay.
will way more than cover what y'all are going to do, I know.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's
gives
not
you
what
a-
I'm concerned
Right,
about,
no,
what
no,
they're going to
gives you
do,
a little
but
more
because,
cushion,
yes.
Right?
Yeah, because we gave everybody in this county a 10%
Yes.
pay raise, and it was only $7 million.
Yes.
7. Well, no, you're right, with law enforcement.
7 was
Law
on.
enforcement,
You're right,
too.
Yes.
you're right.
Yeah. So if, I'm certain that what Commissioner Mars and I, and plus the IT and auditors, we ought to be under 5 million, for sure.
You're not going to be spending $5 million on that.
No, I'm just saying, I'm sure we'll be under.
That is our fund balance for everything.
No, no,
Let me
no,
be
I
clear.
get it.
That's not.
You have a very good point. To sell a property, but the next property we sell, say we do the same thing, and just let it sit there. Like if we sell the next property that you're supposed to be trying to.
We had already voted that the property would go to reserve fund balance,
the
sit
other
there,
property.
yes. And the other part, we voted those three pieces would go into our fund balance, yes.
Yeah, but I think we.
But we did not get a shake.
Do $1 million from each one of them.
So if that's, we would have to undo that vote. So that would be part of undoing it, would be, is saying, if the property that we currently have under contract that's supposed to close the end of this month does close, then we would take $1 million of that and put it into the contingency. That would be my suggestion. And again, I'm open, if y'all don't like it.
Or any other property after that.
Yeah,
Well,
what's that?
Or any other property after that.
If we sell the next one, we can always do the same after that too, because it's
Will you
coming
make
in
that-
after the hours.
You'll make that motion, I'll second it.
I would make the motion that if the property that we currently have under contract with the Port of Corpus Christi closes, that $1 million of those proceeds would go into the contingency, making the contingency a total of $6 million.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And then I would make a subsequent motion that whatever happens with, whatever the court decides on the airport redo and the
IT and the
IT
auditor,
that would be,
and the auditor's office.
in the auditor's office, that would also come out of the contingency.
Second.
Any other, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. That's a good plan, yes.
Okay.
Now, I have I have one other item, let me be clear, sorry. One is an ARPA funded thing, it shouldn't be on my list. We have our outside agency allocation. The commissioners each get $20,000. We had it in general fund before we took it out and used special revenue. Do y'all want to leave it in special revenue, or do you want to send it back to general fund? We have a $692,374 balance left on our tax increase. This would be $100,000 off of that. So
I thought the
general fund, we put it in special revenue last year because we didn't have funds for it, and you wanted it back in the general fund.
And it's not in there?
It's not in there.
It is not
No.
included.
I like it in the outside agency allocation.
Do we have the funds for it this year? We might not. Next year, it might be another position where we have to
If
pull
we
it out.
put it back in general fund, it'll stay until you remove it again.
Yeah, it'd be better for all of us to have it back in the general fund so that because we've sacrificed that for the last 2 or 3 years because we were short. So what she's suggesting is we put it back into the general fund.
Where it's appropriated every year.
Where it's appropriated every year.
We only pulled it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm easy.
So if that's the consensus, I make the motion to transfer back to the general fund the outside agency allocations.
The special revenue tax. Transfer
No,
from
it's
general
going to the
fund
well,
to
right?
special revenue. Transfer from general fund to the special revenue accounts.
Is that the account
Or
we took the
outside agencies.
$7,500 out for each group last year?
That's capital credits.
That's
It's a
Capital
different
credits,
fund.
yes.
This is
Yes,
just
sorry,
ours
the
for
other way.
outside agencies.
Too much conversation going on. General fund transfer to special revenue outside agency allocations. So
But that'll put it back into general revenue.
No, that would take it from general revenue and put it into your special revenue so that you can fund the outside agencies.
Right,
but it comes from general fund, so
Right.
yes.
but we have
it
to
just
put it
gives
back
us-
into general. We didn't vote. Did we vote for that? Because you were just saying it's not in general fund right now. General revenue, sorry.
No, we're going to move it
Take
from general
money
fund
from
and
this-
put it into your special revenue. Because right now, it's not in the budget. It's not in the budget this year because we took it out.
So
and
you're
used the
saying add
capital
on. You're saying
credits.
add on to my motion.
So now we're going to add it back to
We
the
would add it back to the general fund and then transfer
No,
it to the
it's-
special revenue of each commissioner and judge.
Well, it's already, it is.
Wait. Let me back up and say this
Just
all
say it
over
wasn't.
again. From the balance remaining of our tax increase, the $692,374, we would want to take $100,000 of that and put that to special revenue outside agency allocation for each of the commissioners like we do every year. It would be a part of the general fund, but we have to transfer it to the special revenue for us to have it to spend it, okay?
Whatever works. That's my motion.
Second that motion of yours. Thank you very much. I think we're all,
Judge motion.
he seconded. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Where's that?
Now, let's see, any other commissioners have something you want to bring up to be addressed?
Oh, are we going to vote on the ARPA positions?
Wait, where's that page?
That's, we don't have the ARPA balance. I thought that was going to be on the 24th because ARPA is a separate thing.
Well,
so.
we have 2 positions. Well, we have 7, but only 2 are going to carry over in the proposed because those 2 were allocated for 2 years, the current year and next year.
Which 2 positions?
The legal secretary and the mobile driver.
But this is not a cost to the general fund. ARPA is paying for
Right.
this, but there's only 2 positions that are staying for
Right.
the next.
And there's a shortage, but it's going to come from the excess that's going to be available from the capital, from the projects.
Right.
So
we're going from 7 to 2
make the
for next year.
motion to that we will continue with the 2 that were already voted on until 2026, and that we cover the entire cost with the excess ARPA allocations. This is no cost to the general fund.
Right.
And then that goes away at the end of next year.
And
unless
the end
we
of next year,
add 'em on.
just like we have told all of our employees, grant-funded positions go away after the grant does, yes. I need a second from somebody, please. Second from Commissioner Montez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Any other commissioner has anything to discuss or bring up, or?
I do.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to talk about the library.
Yes.
I'll be the bad guy again. In looking at what we expend on the library, and I know this includes both the Keach and Bishop Library as well, but we're expending, if I'm reading this book correctly, we're expending over $400,000 a year in salaries at the library. And I just have a hard time. I mean, I read the reports and I know they show a lot of people coming in and out of that library, but I don't know how we could be spending $400,000 in
What page is
salary.
that on, Commissioner?
109
109?
in the budget book. And it was also in another place somewhere in all this budget stuff I was looking through, but I'm having a hard time finding it now. But it is in the budget book. It's $442,678 is the ballpark we're budgeting for.
Just for salaries.
Just for salaries.
And benefits, right?
Benefits is on a
On a separate page, so it's 650,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Yeah, that's just salary. That's not benefits. So it's, by the time you add in benefits, we're north of $500,000 for salaries and benefits for the library. And I just don't understand how it could be that much. I mean, with all we do over at the fairgrounds, I think the comparison here is out of scale. And maybe I need more information, but I went back last night again and I read all the reports we've received this year from our head librarian over there. And this is nothing to do with them personally or casting any stones toward the work that they do. I just don't know that we can justify that kind of money at the library.
They have 9 positions listed on the positions page on 266.
I was going to tell you, it's on look on 266 also, it'll show the positions.
Which one now?
266.
Yeah, I knew it was in there somewhere else.
Yes, sir. It'll show the positions and then their salaries per position.
Yeah.
Where is that one, Constance?
On page 266,
Here.
under 63-100 County Library.
Yeah.
Not you, you said.
Yeah.
Okay, so what,
So we've got an assistant county library, a catalog librarian assistant, I'm not sure I know what that is. Community outreach librarian, a youth outreach. I don't know why those couldn't be one position.
Yeah, this year that one's not funded.
Yeah.
Oh, that one,
Community
yeah, that's
outreach
right,
is
yeah,
not
I'm
funded
sorry,
this year.
you're right, it's not funded. Microcomputer technician, the county librarian, librarian attendant, library clerk, part-time clerk.
Does this include that?
I believe a
the
couple of these
outside-
positions
Bishop?
probably cover the other library.
Yeah,
Well,
Bishop.
I said both the Keach and the
Yeah.
Bishop
Okay.
Library.
Okay.
I did say that. But even given that, I mean, $500,000 and for, I don't know.
Mhm.
I just thought it was worth looking at.
Well,
And your suggestion and looking at now, what would you suggest?
Well, I think we need to sit down and determine if we need all of those people working at those two libraries, or if we could consolidate some of those positions.
I think there's only one in part-time at Bishop.
And Bishop? Uh-huh.
There's one in part-time at
That's all they have in Bishop, just part-time, yeah.
One
and
full-time,
one part-time.
One and one
full-time.
part-time.
1.5.
Yeah.
1.5, yeah. Ugh. Well,
And Commissioner, if I can just interject real quick on that.
I know this is in your precinct.
Oh, no. This is our resource, so I don't have a problem with that. I just think, and I've said it year after year, so hopefully the message will come across. My experience is when you deal with a budget, or if I were dealing with my budget and I was a department head or elected official, I would be here if any day is this day. Like this court and staff ask, if you have any adjustments, please come during our budget workshops. We have some that participate, some that don't.
Right.
But I think one just for sake of being able to respond, right, in real time, because we're trying to finalize this, and I agree with scrutinize everything that we can, but I think it just benefits them and benefits us as a county as a whole to have everyone here. So we can't do much about it this year, but for next year, this court's still going to be here, staff will still be here, and so we together collectively have at least one more year at this. I would suggest that for all future budget meetings, especially the day of, that we have this room full of staff or a designee, because when things like this come up, you need to be able to reply in real time. And
I agree.
And so I just not sure. I guess it's over the years that we just have had dwindling response, and then COVID is that was obviously a game changer in how people participate. And we know some still watch online either through YouTube or participate directly by Zoom. But either way, right? You don't necessarily have to be in here in person, but at least by Zoom or physically, because these are important questions to ask. And also there may be some things that are lingering out there that we need to get answered. And so if we don't have that participation, that's important, because like this department, like I think many others have been creative in some of the positions that have been removed compared to other years. The number has remained constant, but they have constants too. But they have switched over the years. If we look at all the way back to budget 22-23, so it's always been 9, but there's been some positions that have apparently been eliminated or reestablished. So that's good for us to know. This is a very helpful part of the document of our budget packet that we have to be able to go for each department. But I think that would be a good practice for us to have in the future years, is to have everyone available, because if there's something that comes
Crystal
up, we need
is
those answers.
online.
Well, good. Hey,
Yes.
Barry, I didn't even plan that.
Yes,
so
sorry.
she was listening in. So maybe she can answer your concerns then. Good.
I'm actually at the Florida house. I'm on the 6th floor right now, and I'm the only one. But
That's where
go
that
down
sound was coming from.
and talk to y'all about I would like me to, but we do have our assistant librarian take turns to go to the district branch, and that we do shifts in lunch. We are doing certain times, and we are doing these applications, and so So,
We're having a very
we
difficult
can't.
time hearing you, Crystal. I'm very sorry.
You're not coming across.
She's upstairs, I thought she said.
yes, yes, I am. I can go downstairs.
Come on down.
So we don't have any librarians at the law library no more, because we used to have some there, maybe.
There is, this is separate from the law library. There's a different line item in here for the law library.
Yes.
And I think there's one
Only
person.
one person there.
I think there's
Yes,
one person.
there's
there.
one.
But under the library.
Law library on the next page, 268.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just under the Keach, right?
She's Keach and Bishop is her control. Yes.
Yeah, but it's also the law library, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying maybe that's another one we need to.
Well, I went through, over the last 2 days, I went through this book, all of these budgeted positions, and I even asked Constance some questions about some of them, and I'm just looking for every opportunity we have where we can do things more efficiently, and anyway.
No, and I agree and understand, and potentially maybe looking into some of these things before we get to today might give us more detail and be easier to move forward on a decision, which hopefully this next year, since we're setting up our budget office, this stuff will be prepared and done, and we will have a lot more time.
I didn't come down here and bother y'all because I knew y'all were upside down. And
Absolutely.
And
next year it's not going to be.
I felt guilty about it.
Go ahead, Crystal.
But there's nothing that says, Commissioner, I think nothing that says we can't have those discussions, and there's nothing that says you can't reduce budget during a budget year. You're not supposed to increase. So we could very easily have this discussion that I would be happy to have with you on this or anything else, because there's nothing that says we can't reduce budget during the year. It just says we can't increase.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That's a good point.
I'm good.
Crystal, thank
Hi.
you for being here.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
We weren't looking up, and you were actually, we were looking for the sound and noticed it was you, so you must have been turned on trying to speak before that. So I'm very sorry I didn't
Thank
see
you for listening in.
Yes.
Yes. So what was the question? I'm on the 6th floor right now. Our law librarian called in sick today, but I was already up there, so taking care of all that, and there was customers there, so I've been paying attention. So the question, what was the question, Commissioner Pusley?
Crystal, the thing I'm struggling with here is the size of the salary that we have here at the library, which is approximately, well, it shows here in the books is $442,000 and some change, and the number of positions that we have at the library, and I'm just trying to understand the justification for that, and do we need that many people, and what I guess compared to other departments I looked at, it just seemed like this was a little overbalanced.
Okay. Yes. So I do send y'all stats monthly. We do get busy throughout the day. We do take turns to go to the Bishop Library as well. Our assistant county library helps our part-time for Bishop over there. I sometimes come to the law library to also help as well. So there's different where we take turns for lunches because we're open 9:30 to 6:30 for the benefit. And we usually go in early at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then we leave around 7 o'clock for closing procedures. So we make sure the building is closed and the money handling as well for before and after. So this is why you see an inflection of some employees, but on there you'll see the reclassifications without no pay increase, and we're going to be readjusting the job positions in there throughout this next fiscal year.
Okay. So when you show the number of people on your reports that are coming into the library, is that on a monthly basis? I mean, some of those numbers were incredibly high. I mean, you'd show like 20,000 people coming into the library. Is that a monthly basis, or?
It's not a monthly. It's from October. It's throughout the whole year, and I can break it down for you through a monthly basis if you would like that report. And I can send you a monthly basis of how many people come into each library monthly as well.
because the report you send like almost each month to us, you would have those same flyers, and each one of them would have a different number of people. And to me, it just seemed to me like that meant that was that many people coming in on a monthly basis.
Yeah, so you'll see the growth. So each month that I send you, you'll see the growth, well, the increase of the number of patrons coming in. So say like, if I remember my report, and I can pull it up, but it's probably about 10,000 that came just during the summer, June and July, to the Keach Library that we know, because we do get a lot of people during the summer. So you'll probably see that jump increase in that Keach patron that come to the library during that time. And then you'll see the breakdown from Bishop Library, Keach Library, and the Law Library as well. And then you'll also see the number of people that have library cards from each precinct. And so that I know that's an increase from precinct 3, but then also an increase in influx from precinct 1 that people come to the library as well. But like I said, we get a lot of homeschool people. We do our programs. So this is why we do have that number of employees there, so we can benefit and help the people that come into the library.
So for example, on this monthly report
yes.
that you send, it's got the nice colored pictures on it. You have a column here, and I could be misinterpreting this, and wouldn't be the first time I messed up, but you have patron count at Bishop Library, 2,740 people, Keach Library, 29,500, Law Library, 3,472. So is that?
Are you looking at from the August one, October through August?
October 2024 to July 2025.
To July. Oh, I think I did.
So is that, when you send this monthly report out, so does that mean that 29,000 people was from October 2024 to July 2025?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay. Well, it just, when at the top of that it said monthly report, so it's almost like, I was interpreting that as that was almost like monthly numbers of people coming into the library, but
right.
But still, even on that basis, that's a fairly high number. And
yeah, and I just sent you the August one yesterday afternoon, so you should probably see an updated one that I sent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just pulled up the first one.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I keep getting the same one. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I just think we need to look at this and make sure that we're justifying the number of people we have there and the staff that we have there, and if we are, we are. Okay, I'm fine with that. I just when I saw that, it kind of jumped off the page at me.
Yeah, yeah, no worries. And I was always welcome meetings with you. I'll try, and I came by yesterday, but I know you weren't in there, but I'll be happy to meet with you. So yes.
It's okay.
And while you're up there, before you let her leave too, we all just want to tell you what a great job you've done in the last couple of years here, and how you stepped up to the plate when I was out, and how much you just jumped right into the position and have done such an excellent job managing that, and with the commissioners' projects out there and
great
stuff.
job.
So yeah,
This
nobody
has
here
nothing to do with your job
just want to make sure before you think anything about that.
No worries.
So.
Appreciate everything you've done.
Yes, yes. So, but if you have any questions, I'm available anytime.
Okay.
There at the Keach Library.
Well,
library.
I'll make a point to visit with you more.
And we'll see you next Friday at the ribbon cutting, and you'll see
yes
there. So yes, and just to and we do our own grants as well. So we've done a lot of the work there as well. And with our accreditation that I sent y'all with the letter, that also brings more opportunities for us to go out and get grants.
I'll even get a library card.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'll be expecting it. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Commissioner, you have to read if you get that library card.
Yeah,
all right.
I'll check a book out too while I'm in.
Audiobooks.
An audio book, yeah.
Did you have any others?
No, Your Honor,
Commissioner?
that's
You're
all the
still
trouble
up.
I'm going to cause for one day.
You're fine. Did you have anything, Commissioner Modas? Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner Chesney?
Yeah, I think we need to, I'm looking here at the Nueces County proposed budget office. I got a budget officer, assistant, so only surprising 4 people, maybe we don't need an assistant.
No, we have the 4 people coming from the auditor's office because we're creating.
Besides this one?
Yes. No, the 6 people total. Constance, Teresa, and the 4 people coming, 4 positions coming from the auditor's office, but that's for our county judge and commissioner's court budget office that we're creating.
Those are transfers?
Yes,
Yeah.
one of the, well, they're positions, they couldn't clarify who was doing budget and who wasn't, so we're just taking 4 positions and we will create our own. Apparently nobody was doing budget. I think everybody was doing a little portion of it. There was no clarification on positions for that, so we're dividing up the budget just as with the payroll people, the positions are moved.
Total amount of 6 people under them. 6 people under them.
No, it's just 6 total, 4 people under them. 6 total.
I'm saying that we need to assistant and an officer.
Yes, and that would be Constance and Teresa, who we already have. They're just, yes, who have already been doing that this year with us as well. Well, I guess this would be a good time to probably mention as well that or we can do it afterwards, but the thought process with this, with the changes that have now gone forward with us and the HR taking payroll and us doing the budget, is taking the front part, and we've had one look at it preliminarily at the front of the auditor's office for those people to move to that front and give HR these 3 offices over here that Constance and Teresa are currently in, and put a wall up and divide the front part of the auditor, since you're taking 8 people out of that office and they take the back half. There's still 2 side doors over there, so. Preliminary amounts show it to only cost like $60,000. Pimentel says to divide that office like that.
So you're taking,
To move Constance and Teresa into the front of the auditors here, that right there, that front office, cut the wall right there.
Where the window is.
Yeah, where the window is.
Okay.
The auditor would still have the 2 doors that are in the secure area in the hallway to go into there, so they'd put a wall up in this front where they're, when you walk in, there's a receptionist, the auditor's office is to the right, there's 3 offices this way, and the conference room there. That would all become our budget office now.
So the budget office door would be there, and the auditor's door would be in the secured hallway. Gotcha.
Yes, so there'd be separate locations, there would be a wall there closing it off. But that would also make room for the HR to take on the payroll positions that they are taking on and keep them together.
The offices that Teresa has and Constance has.
Would go over there.
Who's going to be there in this office now?
Payroll from HR.
They're going to move to this side over here?
Yes, It puts them together, so. And there's no other amendments to be considered, ladies? Am I forgetting anything? Or
But do we need to?
we need to vote on the budget as amended.
No,
Yes.
but do we need to vote on the moving of the HR, payroll and HR? Don't we need to do that today?
I think we should.
We should. Then that's my motion. Yeah. Oh, moving payroll and HR was already in mine. It was in mine. I already did that.
The county judge's
Transfer of
budget
the
amendment
positions.
includes all of that.
But the location, is that what you're talking
No,
about?
I know it was in the budget, but I didn't know if we needed to make that a separate vote since we're.
To approve the.
But I mean, if we don't have to, that's fine. You're right, it's in the budget.
It's in the budget, and it's in this list that we went over. Yes.
Judge, do we need to talk about that joint building?
It's in the list, isn't it? It's,
Yeah, the capital projects.
Capital project.
There was another discussion that if, and I'm not sure that even needs to come up, there was a contingency appropriations pending audited balances. If those numbers do come back to be correct, we were wondering if we could do a vote for another 1901 contingency that could potentially give each of the commissioners a portion of money for their precincts, do like the elevators, do like the HVAC, the electrical panel, that City of Port Aransas building
Where would that come from, Judge?
This would be a contingent upon that 32 million they're talking about in that office being
Well-
correct with the sale of the land, yes.
Can I do another one maybe too?
Yes.
And just do it tied to the land?
That would be fine.
You know,
Yeah.
and I don't know what that number is, because obviously we all have CBDG MIT-MOD projects coming, but those are very refined to certain things, and we all have other projects in our
That's the
precinct.
second property, are you talking about? The
Well, no, I
second
was just
land?
saying, you know, I was just going to suggest taking some of the proceeds from the property and doing that, what you're doing, and then the rest of it would be into the general fund. But that's just an idea. I mean, I don't know how you.
I don't know how we do any of this because we don't know these numbers are correct. And I think we just leave this alone because if these numbers stay correct, they'll be audited later. We can change with the sale of property and utilize that money if our numbers are higher. We're just so uneasy about what the balance is going to be. We have a lot of things that we could be doing with this stuff, and we hate to leave it on the table, but if our balance is much higher, then we could use some of that sale. We can do that anytime when we sell property, and hopefully by then we will have a final number audited on what our balance is.
And that was my next question, is when do we anticipate having that final number audited to know, because that sale happens the end of the month, and I think we have to have audits done by the end of the month.
September 30th and
We have to have a
end of the
technical
month.
or we get a technical
Yeah, for
default.
fiscal year 2023, 2024, it'd be September the 30th. And then for the next fiscal year, no later than March 31st of 2026.
Well, but when will we know what our general fund balance is? That's what I want to know. Bless
We'll
you.
know the beginning fund balance for 2020, let's see,
The beginning fund,
for
so-
2025.
I would assume by the end of the year, we will have better numbers that someone coming in. Well, we should have this, it would be December really before we're confident in the numbers.
Maybe.
If we're lucky, she's saying March. No?
Maybe.
March is, yes.
Maybe.
Well, so that leaves us with, that just leaves us up in the air for what we're going to be able to do for months on projects and stuff like that.
We don't know what our numbers are right now.
Well, we can go to a low number, then if it's more than we think, we can always get, up a little bit,
So what is, if this budget passes, what is the proposed general fund balance going to be? And I should know that, I apologize, but it's
32 million.
No. Sorry, I didn't ask that right.
The end
What
of
is
the year.
going to be our budget, not our general fund reserves, but it's going to be 133
million.
33, right? So in other words, I'm looking at it, I'm going, all right, so 133 million times our policy, which is 0.25. Our policy says we should have 33.25
Yes. Yeah, correct.
in reserves if this budget passes, and we're pretty close, which is, if the numbers are right, we're pretty close. We're going to definitely be there
With the sale.
with the sale, and with potentially the second sale, we're definitely,
Go over.
we're going to be in pretty good shape. So, like I say, we've all got some pretty pressing needs too that would be nice to be able to figure that out sooner than later, at least to feel safe as to what we could do. But okay,
I think we have to just wait until the sale and hopefully getting people in there and everybody working together, because this office is going to be working with them as well, whoever comes in, the new auditor and the whole staff over there, to get us corrections. And I assure you, we're going to be better next year. We're going to be better off next year creating these offices, creating these people. It's going to have us a lot better off. So my next motion would be to adopt the fiscal year 25-26 Nueces County budget pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 551.043C. As amended, this budget will raise more property taxes than last year's budget by $12,160,605, or 10.68%, And of that amount, $2,859,266 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year. Commissioner Pusley, what is your, that's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Commissioner Pusley, what is your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Monas, what is your vote?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Commissioner Gonzalez, what is your vote?
Not for the budget, for the amendments, right?
No, for the budget.
For the whole budget. With the amendments.
Nay.
Nay. Commissioner Chesney.
Yeah, Judge, this is a struggle for me because I really think you've done a phenomenal job on this budget, but I also voted no to the tax increase, and I don't think it's fair for me to sit over here and vote yes and take, so I'm gonna abstain on this because and that's really I think you've really done a heck of a job on this. But I also don't think it's fair for me just to vote yes on a budget that I voted no to for a tax increase, so I don't think that's right either, so I'm just going to vote to abstain, and that's my explanation, whether that's valid or not. But I really applaud your efforts. I know how hard this was, and I just really think this court did a hell of a job, and I don't know how else to say it, to do it, and I think the staff, y'all should be applauded. Elected officials, everybody really pitched in on this, but especially with the turmoil y'all had to go over with this thing.
I didn't read this order.
Herculean efforts. So that's my vote.
I want to change mine to abstain also, I guess. I mean, I agree with a lot of stuff. I know.
It's been a difficult year. I didn't think I was going to have another one like this. It has been a tremendously challenging year.
There's some things that I don't like, and I've said it vocally, but okay.
Okay, and so we have 3 and 2 abstains, so the motion passes. Motion 2, motion to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 25-26 Nueces County budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the prior year budget in the amount of $12,160,605. A motion, I make the motion.
What was that motion again?
It's the second part of the same one. Motion to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 25-26 Nueces County budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the prior year budget in the amount of $12,160,605. Yes.
I already did that.
We have to do everything twice this year. Something happened.
We have to ratify the property tax
We have to ratify
rate.
the property tax
That's
thing.
included. Sorry, it's
It's
in
a new
statute.
rule, something different that I think it's silly to. I made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Pusley, what is your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Monas?
Aye.
Myself showing aye. Commissioner Gonzalez? Nay or abstain? Nay? Oh, abstain, sorry. Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Then,
Tax increase. Yeah, that's on the tax increase again.
this is 3 ayes, 1 abstain, 1 no. The motion passes. Is there any other?
You know what, Judge, go ahead and change mine to no then.
No? Okay. So 3 ayes, 2 noes. It still passed. Thank you very much. I lost my agenda to see if there's anything else that I need to do. Here it is. I'm so sorry it's been. Are there any adjournments in memory?
I have one, Judge.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I'd like to adjourn in memory of Vance David Payton. He was 68, passed away on August 14th. Vance served as his high school senior class's president, was a National Merit Scholar. He was an avid puzzle aficionado and was known for his sharp mind and quick wit. Gifted with a photographic memory, he never had to crack a book until he got to law school. His good grades and lack of study often happened to be the chagrin of his 3 brothers who did not share the same affliction. A collector at heart, Vance cherished gathering items tied to memories of people and places he visited. His travels took him around the globe, where he delighted in bringing back trinkets and treasures, from ornate steins and commemorative pens to decorative frogs and family heirlooms. His generosity with gifts often bordered on extravagant, but it reflected the way he lived, loving others with his whole heart and caring for those who needed his comforts and support. A juvenile client once commented on his impressive mustache and said it reminded her of Dr. Seuss's favorite character, the Lorax. not knowing the book or the movie, he asked her who the Lorax was and what he did. Her answer was simple: he protects and speaks for the trees, just like what you do for me. Vance was a really good lawyer. He spent a lot of time in Court 5, where I spent a little time, and did a lot of CPS cases and juvenile cases, and just was a good guy. So I want to definitely send condolences to Vance's family. And I did have one more, Judge. I said I had one. I apologize.
That's okay.
There's two of them together. Dr. David Mark Chapman, 72, Corpus Christi, went to be with his Lord and Savior on Thursday, August 28, 25. He was married to the love of his life, Deborah Ruth Chapman. He graduated from the University of Missouri, Kansas in 1975 with a Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry. He's survived by his loving wife, Deborah, his sons, Brett Chapman, Blake Chapman, his 6 cherished grandchildren. Sorry, I can't talk. He's a longtime member at First Baptist Church and was blessed to have many friends that were like family through the many years that he and Deborah were involved in their Bible study classes. He was a kind and compassionate and cared deeply for his patients and left a lasting impression on everyone who knew him. Thank you.
He was my dentist, too. Yes, a very kind man. Yes, sincere condolences to his family as well. Any others?
Yeah, I have one, Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Cynthia Flores Bush. Cynthia Flores Bush passed away on August 15, 2025, at the age of 62 in Corpus Christi, surrounded by her family. She was born in Robstown, Texas on September 22nd, 1963. To the late Jesus and Maria Flores, she will be dearly missed by all who knew her. She was a mother to all who needed one, a friend, a sister, a favorite aunt, a confidant, a source of laughter and love. Cindy had a way of making everyone feel at home. Her door was always open, and so was her heart. Wherever you were, whether you were family or blood or simply by love, she treated you as her own. If you needed a warm meal, a listening ear, or just someone to share a laugh, she was there. No hesitation, no conditions. She reminded us that joy is meant to be shared. She loved her love. She showed her love, not just in words, but in actions. She was a community health worker, known as the promotoras. She was involved in all our community health fairs, and most recently in Operation Health and Wellness as a volunteer. Beyond her selfish love, Cindy's life was rooted in her unwavering faith. She loved the Lord with all her heart. We find peace knowing that she is now home with her Savior. Reunited with her parents, brother, and grandpups. Surrounded by the glory of love of God. We offer our condolences and prayers to the family and those that knew, and we continue to pray for them and give them the strength that they need. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Judge, Commissioners, this is Mr. Everett Bush, Cindy's husband.
Oh,
I just want to thank y'all. I appreciate that. You mentioned she was a public health worker. She spent her entire adult life in human services. That's the kind of heart she had. Could have been part of the reason why I was attracted to her. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I, too, have spent most of my adult life in human services. She had a way of connecting to people that is fairly uncommon. I don't care who you were, whether you were, whatever your position, who you were, what kind of job you had, she could talk to anyone, even though she was a little bit shy. But when it came to taking care of people or helping people, she was absolutely amazing. I didn't actually plan to get up here and talk, so everything that you're hearing is coming straight from here. But I definitely thank you for acknowledging her. She continues to be a great inspiration to my family and to the many people that she has met. I know that Commissioner Gonzalez actually knew her personally, and I appreciate that, sir. She spoke very highly of you. Thank you for your support for my wife, and I appreciate your time.
Well, she'll be missed, I guarantee you that.
Our sincere condolences. Yes, yes. Are there any others? Then it is 2:58, and we are adjourned.